Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for being here. Myco Druid, congrats on grabbing the first redeem today. Hello to you. Hello, Kian. Hello, Space Monkey. Hello, V Meridia. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you very much for joining me. Music's a little loud. Let's pause that. Yeah, today's going to be a pretty chill day. My head is maybe not fully here yet. I was trying to focus on some other things before I got into stream. But it is time to stream. And we're going to go back into Disco Elysium, which is a very cerebral game. It definitely left me feeling a bit mentally drained. It is not an easy drop into and blow things up kind of game. It's a very deep, lot of dialogue, lot of politics and world factions and things like that. So it's going to be quite interesting, but I'm happy to get back into it. I enjoyed it last time. I hope you enjoyed it last time. Being kind of out of it leads to the best decisions. Let's see. Let us see. As always, feel free to share with us what you've been up to, how you've been doing, anything you'd like to share, or simply hang out, lurk, enjoy the stream however you would like to enjoy the stream. How did I lose my gun? That's what we've got to find out. How you doing, Commie Bear? Wrong answers only, yeah. It's fucking hot, yeah. Yeah, it is. Alright, so we played for a long time yesterday, like 4.5 hours, and we're still on day 1. Now, we are getting to the evening of day 1. Some great tectonic force has cracked the pavement like an eggshell. Wait, that wasn't my boomerang. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza? I doubt it was a sea monster. The damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. That seems more likely. An ancient fountain. It doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. So it's good for something, at least. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off. Why am I dropping frames playing this? Sewer grate, a gateway to the river of filth. Yeah, I am. I'm dropping them in the game, and my OBS is giving me warnings. It's weird. Like, you see how stuttery it is? It only happens for little bits at a time. Dial Tone, welcome in. Hope you're well. Roy's Pawn Shop, fast cash for faster times. How's all this going? Pretty well, Rez. Good to have you. Yeah, I'm doing good. This is still a new game to us. We're on day 2 of this, and it's quite interesting. I'm having a good time with it. Some kind of machine, an antique cash register. In the dark, a film projector is whirring away. Oh, what is this here? Do I have a level? Oh, I have a level up. Haven't caught one of my streams in ages. No worries. People come and they go, and that is totally fine. Not going to spoil. It is so interesting that I am doing this all in a completely different order than you did. Makes the whole story feel different. I love that. I love that it has that ability. "90 notifications of my live things." Yeah, that happens. I am very I go through and I clear my Discord notifications like 5 times a day, but it is very easy to let them back up. I just clear them because when I see 9 plus, then I don't know when I get a new one, so I like to be below 9, so if somebody pings me, I get a chance to look at it. Congrats on the 90 stream anti-streak. Your willpower is strong. A bust of a woman. The plaque simply says DEI. Mostly military wear with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. You go now? Sounds good. Thanks for dropping by.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags. Others
May chat more in the
bright
Discord. Sounds
blue
good.
uniforms.
We'll see you if we
All
see you.
are
Looking
stern
forward
and
to it.
unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
Win her back.
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy.
I'll come back to the fold. Expect the knights on
Big
horseback.
men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Point at the knights on horseback. Who are they?
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Point at the blue figurines. What exactly are these?
Which ones? Ah, royalist soldiers from the time of the Revolution. The uniforms are painted a bit too brightly, I suppose.
Inspect the figurines in rags.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Point at the figurines in rags. Are these even soldiers?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
It's meant to give people hope. Even we can do it.
Maybe.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What is this? Show it to the shopkeep.
Oh, that's the headless phone rider.
Who?
The headless phone rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head.
He points at the decapitated figurine.
50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
You know what? Why not? Let's buy the figurine set.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Yes, shopping montage.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
The man at the counter turns to you slowly. Liz by the sword, welcome in. Thank you for resubscribing. Now, for your second month, thank you for all the support. If y'all like RPGs, Liz plays a lot of RPGs. A lot of Skyrim, but a lot of other interesting RPGs, including ones that I've never heard of. Definitely somebody I recommend you check out if that sort of thing is your thing, and chill, welcoming environments where you can just relax and have a good time. Liz, hope you're well.
What can I do for you?
Thank you, Maiko. Yes, what can you do for me?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
You for the kind words, doing well. Hope you and everyone else is also. Thank you. And of course, thanks for being a part of our community. Now that the RCM is here, tell me, have you had any trouble lately?
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
Subject-verb agreement is tough, I agree.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored.
Didn't somebody say I pawned off my gun? I kind of figured I might find it here in the pawn shop.
As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Honestly, I think some of your selections are more tasteful than others.
It keeps me entertained.
Hey, best of all, welcome in. You might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
Actually, that's all I've got.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
By the way, do you happen to have any guns, like the ones carried by cops?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
Wait, I sold you my gun?
With Kim here too. That just sounded really, really bad.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
I feel like there's something you're not telling me.
You weren't quite yourself, officer.
What was I like?
You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
Wait, how much did I sell the gun for?
15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not, though. This has got to be the most wow.
This has got to be the most wow.
There's pity there, too, in case you didn't notice.
So sorry you had to see me in that state. We don't have to talk about it any further. Oh no, if I say this, they're gonna try to convince me I'm the sorry cop again.
No apologies necessary, officer.
Was the buyer a policeman too?
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit a crime and blame it on the citizens' militia?
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
Any idea where I can find this buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You'll just have to hope Everard wasn't lying, and the Union can track her down in time.
Excuse me. Have people from Everett Clare's Union come here to track that gun?
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines over.
Hey, Alex Vibes.
They
Good to see you.
asked if I have a police weapon.
Hope you're
to
well.
sell. I told them I already sold it.
We're playing Disco Elysium over here today.
They went their way. It was a trip, but you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
At least now I know how I lost my sidearm. Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
I have other business to take care of now. Alright, so, we sorta know what happened to the gun.
Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Where did you get this?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
He leans in so the pawnbroker doesn't hear him.
You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
No, what's really funny? What's that? How much for the streetlight?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Even taking into account the risk of obtaining the light, that seems a bit steep.
There's also the matter of rewiring. But the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Let your gaze run over the streetlight. You sold it for very little money and you start the game without that money. I know. I noticed that too. Like, the money that we got from it was definitely not going to be enough to buy it back, which, to be fair, that's kind of how pawn shops work, but...
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Why do I want the 700 real light? Water lock out of order until Wednesday, 7:15 a.m.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Probably, you say. Pull the lever.
You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Push it harder.
Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation.
Release the
The
lever.
spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to angry old René first.
Okay, angry old Renee. What do you got?
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
This one's still chewing on his sandwich.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Alright, I got this. Ball time. Fuck it, we ball.
That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
Let go. Be the ball.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak right triceps, that's for sure.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
Wait, what?
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play petanque with 5 bull.
I thought it was shot put.
Well, it damn well isn't. It's petanque. You ruined a petanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
Okay, I will try to fix this.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
Yes, why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
Renee, I found your guard booth.
Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. Not out
Old
of any
men and their
political allegiance,
balls.
mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
So who was working your shift that night?
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officers. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly decorative?
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
He tries to argue.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Okay, so now I get to make a grand political statement about this. Am I a liberal? Am I an individualist? Am I a socialist? Am I a neoliberal? Those appear to be my options here. Just a little guy. I'm just a little guy with little opinions. Renee is but one man. We need a program. Get all the elderly back in the job market. Keep folks motivated.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now?
And the very fuck did you just open your stream to? Oh, I messed with some old guys' balls and they got mad. Apparently I interrupted their game. I saw a picture in there. You were in it. Who's the girl?
She is nobody. This is none of your concern.
How you doing, Ash?
I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Got it, thanks.
Yes. Like I said, I would be up anyway. Might as well keep an eye out. Keeps my senses sharp.
We've been
Zartrin!
streaming for almost 2 years now.
I know,
We ain't
almost
getting
2
younger
years.
Now are we? Reigns 19 low.
No, it's true. I'm creeping up there. I'm not the youngin' that I used to be. Yeah, 2 years now. In fact, tomorrow will be 2 years. I remember the day, June 6th, I believe. Or maybe it was June 9th. Maybe I don't remember the day. It was either the 6th or the 9th of June that I was at home with COVID watching VODs on YouTube when I decided to make a Twitch account and actually interact with the VODs I was watching by going to streamers live. Good, Ad. Hope you're doing well. Always good to see you. Same, Ash. Such a momentous day, right? And then a few days later, I started finding friends that would eventually help me on the path to streaming myself. Zartrin, thanks for all the support. You've been there since the beginning. Have you played this game, Zartrin? I feel like it would be up your alley. Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard of Whirling in Rags? If not, is it good? Yes, if you like RPGs, like dialogue and choice-heavy RPGs, so far I'm having a good time with it. Also, I feel like your French would serve you very well in this game.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the Union is the law. So can you really blame them?
Just saw the character names. Yeah, the names are a bit varied, but there is a lot of French phrases and pronunciation in here.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
Oh, yeah. He did say he doesn't have a problem with police men. What about police women?
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties.
There are no duties RCM women couldn't carry out. I think I need to choose this option because of my inexplicable feminist agenda.
But you must agree that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain, more challenging tasks. Don't you, officer?
Nope, all the way. I don't think there's any evolutionary inequality at play here.
Really, officer. Match an average woman against an average man in a dark alley and see who comes out on top. Gender equality is a very noble, very modern idea. But in real life, primal roles prevail. But I do not wish to discuss this matter further.
I might have roleplayed too hard. I might have shut off some dialogue. I saw the statue of Philippe III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes! King Philip III, on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
Interesting, these two. How should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Okay, I'm getting a feeling for where these guys lie politically. Seems to be a leader should take care of his people before himself. Am I going to disagree with this guy again?
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
There is some weariness in his voice now. He's heard this rant many times before.
The carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
Yep, a member of the old guard. What was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy. The nobility loved
Wait,
so much.
purple?
A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
Is cocaine purple and I missed the memo? I've never heard it referred to as purple nose candy. That's got to be a quirk of something in the universe, right?
You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler?
He asks, obviously annoyed.
That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine. For clarity of vision. To aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revachol's finest years.
He seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the past.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor. And it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense. He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
What was that about higher realms? Sounds interesting.
It's really not. Please, do spare us the cocaine fairy tales.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
Let's talk about something else.
Right.
You seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Was there an earthquake here?
No. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
Okay, it's a crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
He adds, squeezing a boule in his fist.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda.
Hi, cemetery
And mad
chick, welcome.
anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
He sure has some thoughts. Yeah, he does. Why shell them here in Martinez?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Interesting. Operation Death Blow. Nod thoughtfully and turn to look northeast.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Hold on. The coalition?
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
Is that why everything is so bombed out?
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
There is a strange gleam in his eyes.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Okay, great. So it's time for another political opinion. That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard-working class to take over. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess, and now they rule us. Shake your head in shame. This coalition seems quite capable, actually. Commies just don't understand how money works. Nothing I don't think, I just do. Gonna say this coalition seems quite capable, actually.
They're not. And I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains,
He takes a deep breath.
I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol. Or even if that damn clan Frisell had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio.
So he's loyalist, nationalist, authoritarian, xenophobic, isolationist. He kind of sounds like a fascist.
This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
How does Philippe III factor into this? Points toward the monument.
It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything.
You mentioned Guillaume.
A true king in both blood and mind. Led Revachol before Frisell. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Who is this free cell?
Damn Frisell. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
What exactly is a suzerain?
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten already.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy.
Dark.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Okay, we're gonna try the 8% check.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
I don't have the composure to empathize with it, I believe.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown.
He was our
Ours to
clown.
ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
Thank you for your time.
Hey, psst.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
How come there's word on the
You
street?
keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie.
No,
Eat the rich.
I didn't say that.
Sodomize the landowners.
Certainly
Impale
not.
all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket. Literally murder all human beings, regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
I've said some mildly left-wing things, but none of
Oh
those.
yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Wait, okay, I wanna... I wanna see what the game tells me communism is all about.
Failure. It's about failure. Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world.
Everybody failed before me, so it will be my time to shine.
You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist.
While this sounds like a very fun role playthrough, I think we are not going to be a communist this time around. We are definitely not going to be the last communist, the champion of the party, the iconoclast, the one who succeeds.
Now get to work, comrade.
It's too tiring. I don't have it in me. I'm beat down and broken.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has objections. No objections. It's mathematically impossible to achieve a classless society. Everyone knows this. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one?
So Logic had no objections, but let me see what Inland Empire has.
There's one.
Oh, Volition. What should I do?
You should build communism. Precisely because it's impossible.
No, shut up. I want to lie down and let the water carry me downstream. Discard thought.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
This game just tried to recruit me to two separate ideologies at the same time. This is because I keep saying none of the above to political stuff, isn't it?
It's also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
God, you wish that were you, lying down and letting the water take you. First, where is this Kingdom of Conscience?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
Have you tried the racism, the fascism? Okay, how about feminism, communism, voluntarism? What else do we got? All the isms. Even astigmatism. Aneurysm. And when I see a group of good-looking people, the good old rhythm. Michael, we were very much on the same page there. Let's see. How do you bring about those circumstances?
Incrementally.
Incrementally. Okay, now this seems more my speed. Definitely just heard me and typed real fast. No, I believe we went to the same place there.
History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
Okay, but what's the Kingdom of Conscience actually like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe.
I like things that are difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to describe.
Partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Wait, you lost me there. Are we abandoning all isms? I don't know. Post-capitalist, post-national, post-industrial, post-ideological, and post-sexual. How does that even work? How is it post all of these things, yet it's also incremental change? Is this supposed to be presented for me to critique? Because I already have that critique. How can you be post everything that society is, yet claim you represent only incremental change? It's an oxymoron. It's an impossibility. And yet it's the best thing I've heard so far. Like, eventually we might have to pick an ism. We might have to have some kind of ideology up in here. I'm afraid this might be too idealistic, but it's better than what I've been presented with, so we're gonna opt in for now.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
That's better. Alright, then let's get there eventually.
That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
Heartache is powerful, but democracy is subtle. Incrementally, you begin to notice a change in the weather. When it snows, the flakes are softer when they stick to your worry-worn forehead. When it rains, the rain is warmer. Democracy is coming to the administrative region. The ideals of DeLorean humanism are reinstating themselves. How can they not? These are the ideals of the Coalition and the Moralist International. Those guys are signal blue. And they're not only good, they're also powerful. What will it be like once their nuanced plans have been realized? Let's internalize this. Oh, yeah, internalize. We are coming up in an ad break in about 5 minutes. About 5 minutes, I'm going to stop and use the restroom while the ad break rolls. Thanks for bearing with me with this new ad experiment we're running. A splatter of bullet holes line the wall, so this was obviously from the war. You hear the distant squall of seabirds. Listen, boy, I don't start trouble, I fix it. The ad reads, broken window, Tibbs has windows. If you had a bag in your hand, perhaps you could collect these bottles and sell them right at the tear machine. Such pretty outdoor tile, it is nice. To Roundabout North, to Cape Side Apartments, Martinez Pier. Crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. That sounds like a podcast category.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold. Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
She stomps her feet to feel warmer. What kind of a store is this anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
What is a book?
That is a book. They have stories inside them. It's like someone told you a story in a really long letter.
What's a postcard?
A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your friend or beloved.
Or you can send it to all of the people who contribute a total of 50 or more TwitchCon points for my TwitchCon fundraising. Yes, if you have 50 or more TwitchCon points, you will get a postcard from me from San Diego. I will be collecting that information as the time draws near. Also, I should note, I added a new reward today at 1,200 points. We will do another reading session. This time we will read No Sleep and Creepypasta, maybe SCP, something like that. We'll read some spooky-ooky stuff with some real dark, dramatic background music. So that's going to be our next. Obviously, 1,000 points is the Frustration Game stream, and then 1,200 points is the No Sleep Creepypasta reading. And I might have to solicit some feedback for favorites in the Discord. Smooth as fuck. Thank you, Maiko.
She is unfazed by your questions. She would consider it impolite to point out any perceived weirdness.
What's a board game?
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards.
Interesting, thanks.
My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know?
Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What is your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock.
The girl gazes at the window, then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide, as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out here in the cold because...
I'm signaling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
You're cold. Can I help in some way?
Kind of you to offer, sir.
She doesn't know what else to say.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Should have a word with the store owner, maybe.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Shouldn't you be at school or something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't going to school more important than this?
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed? In what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Bankrupt.
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
This sounds rather serious. I should probably look into this. Narrow your eyes and look through the creaking boards on the window.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case. But I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there, sir.
How does this curse manifest itself? You know what? That is what we're going to pick when we come back, because the ad should be starting any second. I'm going to take a break. We're going to have 3 minutes of ads. This keeps our pre-roll ads off for people who come by and join the stream. When I come back, we'll pick back up with Disco Elysium. See you all in just a couple of minutes. Appreciate you. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Looks like the ad break just finished up. Maiko, thank you for running clips. I appreciate you. Okay, so we were talking to a child about books and curses. I think that was an accidental clip. Yeah, if it's an accidental clip, it'll usually go on for like exactly 30 seconds. Although I guess we wouldn't know that because they only run 15. Welcome back, thank you. Yeah, how does this curse manifest itself?
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather.
But Kim, the plasmic manifestations.
No such thing.
The lieutenant stands at your side, stern and serious.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
What do you know about the other failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
Enough about the curse for now.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
What is this crime business? We going ghost hunting? I feel like we should poke around for some ghosts.
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Okay, I get it. Crime murder gets the people going.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
She examines you as if to find something policeman-like. Well, what does a cop look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
She points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. It's not your body that's important in police work anyway. It's your point to your head.
Head? Yes.
No, it's your soul. Your blue soul.
Soul. That Mullen guy looks like a Hampelman. Who could respect that face? It's not even drawn correctly. He lacks soul.
I'm not not sure I understand.
A policeman's gotta have the right stuff, an ingrained sense of the law. No one would follow a weakling like Mullen.
If you say so, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for your soul. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
What is
It's
romance?
the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
She smiles at the thought, perhaps imagining herself in that situation.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
Love Glutton, what's up? Good to see you. What about a poor man getting a rich lady? What about when everyone is poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Oh, I get it. They don't want to read romance stories about poor people. Whatever. Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about when both of the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
What if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
Yes, I agree. What about a poor man getting a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Yeah, you think she has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup?
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
She pauses, trying to figure out the appropriate answer. No, think about it. One where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination, only it's really long and drawn out, scarred for life, phantom limb.
No, I don't know.
Doesn't ring a bell? Alright, I'll ask your mom.
Yes, she knows books, definitely.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your forebrain? You clearly have issues you need to address.
That's enough romance for me. I had other questions. You love this romance story conversation. This game is full of great conversations.
Maybe some about other books?
Who are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
She scratches her cold-reddened cheek, then
I
continues.
think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Reading those doesn't make the readers more famous, does it?
But it does make the famous people more famous.
She smiles gleefully. Fame is for vain people. I have better things to do. This kid seems much nicer than Kuno, much nicer.
Okay, sir.
She stamps her feet, waiting for what comes next. Okay, 58% chance. Okay, I'm going to deduce something now.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Hey, why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks wary.
She knows where this is going.
You don't need to be worried. I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. A facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Kuno don't need books. Kuno got the street smarts. Kuno will kick your ass. Yeah. Want more? Bet I can figure out why you bite your nails. I got a few reasons in mind.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
You're uptight because of your mother and the pressure she's putting on you.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't.
Either way, another ace deduction by the #1 detective in town.
It was okay, sir.
She's still got a rebellious streak.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You think so? Fine, do better. Deduce something about me.
You're quite sober.
She snaps back quickly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Wait, how do you know I'm usually not?
Because you usually aren't.
And I'm having a grand time.
I sure hope you are, sir.
She rubs her red nose.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar. Somehow, there's something you're missing.
What are you missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar? How? You must have forgotten something you heard again.
Okay, bye. See you around in that. Here's dear old mom.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
Plaisance. The clerk extends a greeting.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck, in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber.
A curious pendant you're wearing. Narrow your eyes mysteriously.
Oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times.
So are you the owner of this store?
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Her voice is high-pitched, as if to give it more penetration. The girl outside mentioned that this place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about? Doesn't feel like it's thriving. Feels ghostly.
Love this hippie nerd. I don't know, something feels off. Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
10. She's certainly very polite and helpful. Or am I not going to grade a human being? I'm not going to grade a human being. I don't do that.
Oh, now. It's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. I expect an answer.
10. She's certainly very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
All this pressure has made her really anxious. You know she's been chewing her nails.
God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life.
It's kind of your job, though, as a detective. Maybe.
A part of hers, too, clearly.
I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
What you're doing is wrong. Even I know that, and I usually don't know
She
anything.
stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. This is a person coming to terms with a new reality, one where they are wrong. It's not easy. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
She stops, but her mouth keeps moving.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
You're like a net to your husband and your mother.
Oh. Well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person. But my husband...
She shakes her head.
My husband is completely different, of course.
She told me she doesn't go to school anymore.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course.
Plaisance nods.
I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
Is she an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
Of course, yes, this economy.
Exactly.
Is this husband Annette's father?
Yes. My husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Grand Couronne? What's that?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
And your husband's also involved with the bookstore?
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent. Almost inaudibly so.
All right, I had something else in
The
mind.
woman looks aloof. Her
What if-
features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Sorry, my kid can't go to school because she has to work at the bookstore because her father won't help with the business at all. Yeah. What if I want to buy a book?
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything? See those shelves there? Go. Be drawn.
God, I hate this lady. All right, I'll take a look
She
then.
smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Farewell for now, book peddler. We're gonna go check out this curtained area.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Be drawn.
Go. Be drawn. Pull open the curtains.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Never heard book peddler said with such disgust.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand is closed around her pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Ma'am, this is different. I'm a police officer. I need to get in there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
This is about the curse? That's why you're
No,
afraid?
It's just a storeroom room for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
She's almost begging you. But I sense this place is calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
Yeah, what employees? I don't care, you can't stop me, I'll open them.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like trinket.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Why aren't you browsing the books? Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? You ought to.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Examine the strange cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
And who are the Seminese?
Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fishhead charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Rip them apart, this time for real.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you, you're unleashing forces beyond your understanding.
Ghostly silhouettes of hair dryers. Ooh, spooky. A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears only an echo. No one is there.
Okay, 17% chance, let's try it. Okay, that hurt a little.
Shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Oh god, this really wasn't the best idea, was it?
Are you alright? This looked pretty intense and painful, I must admit.
What is going on there? Are you really trying to break down the back door? I warn you, don't tempt the spirits, officer. Don't tempt the spirits, or you'll damage the holy wards on the door.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. It's still locked and closed, covered in dozens of little charms and trinkets.
That's right, forces you wouldn't understand, like properly using doors.
The plaque on the shelf reads, "Biographies of famous people." You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, "High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz," by one Cecilia Averbrook.
Names he doesn't know? He didn't know his name. This is true.
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
I don't know that I have it in me to go through each and every bookshelf in here. The original Florida Man. True. Enormous bulls worthy of a real man. Alright. Before sun goes down, we should try to examine that body again. How would you like your drugs, sir? Oh, inject it into my eyeball, please.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Intraocular party drugs, new band name. Okay, 8% chance.
The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Spit and say
Are
nothing.
you okay, officer?
You feel the lieutenant pat you on the back. Heavy, rhythmic pats.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
You're facing tough odds here. It's aggravated further by alcohol withdrawal.
Why can't I keep it in if I've been a cop my whole life?
I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial autopsy. Throw up, bag it.
He pats your back again.
Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough.
You seem to be fine.
I think I've lost my sense of smell.
There's a pause.
Not being hungover helps too.
Do it without me. I just can't keep
No.
it down.
This is a two-man assignment because it needs 2 officers to complete. I need your help.
He withdraws his hand and looks you in the
You
eye.
need to get your shit together.
But my shit already is together.
No, it's not, officer.
Okay.
We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it with special bonuses and effects.
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Volumetric shit compressor. Your shit is a part, and it's rather unbecoming of a cop and a human being. It's supposed to be the opposite of that. Together. Compressed in a small area. To achieve a solid level of shit compression, squeeze your butt cheeks together for 30 minutes. Do something similar with the 2 hemispheres of your brain. Talk to people, maybe that will help. How do you unlock new... Oh, maybe when this one is done researching, I'll unlock the new one.
a traveler.
The man mutters to himself, accenting the beats as he
A
goes.
simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
Keep listening.
From another planet. Hey there.
What's going on here?
It's the jam, my man.
He motions towards the sprawl of lorries with a sweeping gesture. What's the jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
Limbo, huh? So that's where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
So how long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
Know anything about the dead man, the one hanging behind the hostel there?
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that.
Our
All
Zoot
accounted for.
comrade. I guess I missed that
Otherwise,
reference.
I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here.
Oh,
Keep him
Mazoot.
busy.
Yeah. Commercial, how you doing? You on break? Did you wrap up? I don't expect an answer from you if you're busy, but I hope you're doing well, Kay. Doing good, how are you? On break right now. Doing good. This game is very interesting. Very interesting story. Enjoy your break. Yes, Commercial's currently doing some community Minecraft.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
So glad I'm liking it. How is this game? I like it a lot. I will say I have noticed, I'm not sure it's a game that people respond super well to on stream. Not pulling a ton of interaction or activity or people watching. So we'll see if it continues to be a good stream game, but it's something that I really enjoy. It's it's kind of political, very political. Is it an indie game? Yeah, you could say that. I don't know if the publisher is indie, but I think the dev team was indie. It's very dialogue centric and kind of slow paced, but the writing is very, very, very good. And it's kind of a classic RPG, so the way you build your character really matters. Like, I have built a character who is strong and emotional, or not strong, smart and emotionally intelligent, but I have poor strength and poor physical, like, sensory perception. So, it's given me a lot of lore about the background of everything going on because I built that way. Classic ad voice, I think this is a great game for stream. Thank you, Love Glutton. We'll just have to see if people respond well to it. It has definitely not been one of my most popular games by far. So we'll see. We'll have to see what everybody thinks of it. Because it's a long game too. I've heard it's like 30 to 45 hours, so it would be quite a few parts. Busy with what? And Commercial, anytime you got to get back to your break, no worries whatsoever. I appreciate you coming by on your break and saying hello and chatting with us.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
Leaving a lurk and be back later. Thank you, Kay. Appreciate you. And your conclusion?
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Tell me more about this strike.
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He makes a ka-ching sound. A new, bigger crane? Yeah.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else I should know?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
All of who?
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
Not you?
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He glances down the road toward the horizon, a glint of something in his eyes. Care to spare some change for a working stiff?
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
They who?
The bosses, man.
I don't know who these bosses think they are, but that sounds like a good arrangement for them.
Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had saved 4 myself.
He does use a lot of they terms. Yeah, you know, the man. What are you hauling anyway?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him. Relax. He's merely joking.
Wicked, I've always wanted a friend in the underworld.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Ilmaran market lately.
Could I get one of those fallen tracksuits you're hauling?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
That's your machine behind
This
you?
rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6.
You love tracksuits? So glad I asked for one. I was hoping it would give me some kind of stat bonus or something. That a fallen A6 you got there.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
So, nothing illegal then?
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
Right, I had another
The
question.
man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
What do you see in his eyes? Ooh, even with my empathy, this is a 42% chance.
In his eyes,
Boom.
an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold.
Familiar how?
It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon.
What's in the southwest?
Excuse me?
He emerges from the reverie. Really, you can tell me. No, hell, I get longing. I felt something similar since I woke up.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
Diora?
Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh.
Hi, Rain.
when it
Welcome
snows.
in. What's it like to miss someone?
What's it like? Good.
Hope you're doing well
bad.
today, Rain. Always good to see
An
you.
ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Cop Man? You missing someone?
We keep hearing vague references to someone I may be missing.
Is that what it is? This feeling?
I miss someone, but I don't know who it is.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss.
Thanks
feel like
everybody
that
for
doesn't feel
greeting
like it has much of
Rainstorm
an
Wander.
But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
We know it's not your other shoe you're missing, so that's good. I'm good for now. Good
Don't be a
talk.
stranger.
Coolest guy in the whole damn game. Or game, damn. Yeah, I read that backwards. It's whatever. Both, exactly. Alright, what else can we do? Has anything changed with the time of day? It's now 6 in the evening. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor. The whole Ming Gate, exactly. Truer words never spoken. There are strange doors in the whirling. No one knows where they lead. Find a way in and see what's hidden there in the hostile cafeteria's forgotten corners. Well, this game certainly doesn't hold your hand. Hi, my Koshi, love back to you. I hope you're doing well. My Koshi, I feel like you'd enjoy this game. Okay, so I can't go swimming and replace their ball. Lonely Cormorant surveys the sea, indifferent to your approach. Looked at it before, but Baldur's Gate 3 is the first top-down RPG to hold your attention in years. Yeah, but in this one, you can build communism.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
I refused. I did refuse, but I know that you can. You're a complicated creature, that's fair enough, but there's probably something for you in this game.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
She hisses.
Kingdom of Conscience. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on earth.
So the big question in life right now is, do you take the 10-minute drive on the highway to work or the 30-minute relaxed drive? Do you hate the highway drive? Does it fill you with dread? Does it make you anxious, stressed, overstimulated? Do you have time to get to work if you take the other path? If you answered yes to 3 or more of these questions, you may want to take the more relaxed drive.
So much for a quiet smoke.
No, but did brake check a truck the other day. Then I guess it's a toss-up. Oh, this is actually really good. Moralist dialogue options heal +1 morale. Learning cap for volition raised to 5. Learning cap for logic raised to 5. This is good. Maiko, am I supposed to know how to unlock new slots? Probably. Feel like the on-ramp is always a dice roll with your life. You might want to take the more chill drive then. Was for the possum you saw 2 years ago, poor possum. Except... Oh, exactly. Oh, it looks like I do those with skill points, maybe. I really shouldn't have internalized this one. I don't really have a need for it. I didn't realize the slots were limited. They're permanently added unless you remove them with a skill point. Yeah, I didn't realize that, and I think I need a skill point to unlock a new one. So either I spend a skill point to remove this, or I spend a skill point to get a new one. Either way, it gets spent. You forgore, it happens.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
Press your ear against the door.
Is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement.
You were really into the story and art, not so much the mechanics. That's fair.
In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
We definitely do not play games the same way. How is that? Use Manana's key to unlock the door.
You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. Only curiosity could account for stepping over that threshold. Maybe there's treasure in there. A white alligator. A fountain of quicksilver.
Honestly, I think I might do what I was asked and not investigate. Another splattering of bullet holes on this wall. Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. Difficult to put into words. I'm more methodical and strategic. You're more intuitive and impulsive. That makes sense. Yeah, the people definitely do play different ways. I was just curious what the difference was. A garden hose. This won't be of use until the snow melts.
There must be another way into the building.
So much for a quiet smoke.
No, Maikoshi, Maiko was saying, that Maiko is intuitive and impulsive, and I'm the methodical and strategic one.
I knew I should have quit.
I'm gonna click this again and see if it does the same audio thing it just did. That audio freaked me out too. Yes, I thought it was a blurb until I realized it matched exactly what the game said. The belly of this boat shines like it was recently painted. There's a girl up there. Did she spill the paint?
Look at me when I'm talking to you. The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I look so shocked, and you've never seen me shocked.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
You see, I would pick this one, but the idea of calling her little lady doesn't sit right with me. But then again, none of these dialogue options sit right with me. Just answer some questions, okay?
Ask away, pigman, but I don't promise to answer.
You keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier. You get it? I only do things I definitely would do IRL. Anytime I play through a moralistic game with choices the first time, I try to put myself wholly in the choices and do what I would do. Subsequent playthroughs are where I try other ideologies and things like that. But yeah, the first time I approach a game, it's always going to be, what would I actually do?
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features.
Picking up chicks and, oh, you thought I was serious? When did that happen? Name one time that's happened on this channel. Just realizing it now, but that is indeed your style as well.
The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Try to make fuck with that lady right when you woke up, bro. I had just woken up. I didn't know who I was. Sometimes you gotta get right. One shoe and all, you're already halfway there. You're not thinking. It's the efficiencies.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershot. Its moneyed residents used to posh
Just
restaurants,
one. Pick the
pubs, and
best one,
boutiques
Maiko.
Rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Don't make you laugh that hard. You have a rib or something. Are you okay? Do you need to be checked out?
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim
What is it,
back
just
to us
give me
on.
my reading glasses. What are you doing? These are my reading
Those
glasses.
glasses are so thick you could probably see the future.
I don't know why that felt fitting, but it did. Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Is that Kuno's mom? You know, it very well could be somehow related to Kuno and, who was the other one? Kunyes? What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
She studies the wall, suddenly pensive. So you don't know what to write.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
I have an opinion on this. Want to hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite. You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Nice. By supporting her rebellion, we have lessened the chance that she actually rebels. Catch you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Inside, the frame of a motorcycle in repair and the tools used to disassemble it. You know what we do with eyes in this game. We just inject stuff straight into the sclera. Fastest way to get into the bloodstream. Right? Maiko can tell me if I'm right. That's a medically valid opinion, right? Shadows on the water. Green plants under the calm surface. This sounds like lyrics. Go on. Tell the people about injecting drugs through your eyes. It's got to be the fastest route of administration. And while we do that, I'm going to break here in a second. Ads are going to start any second, so I'm going to take a short break, probably grab a snack. I'll most likely be back before the 3 minutes are up. I just don't want to get in the habit of doing gameplay while ads are ongoing. So, only injected behind eyes. Behind blue eyes? Sorry. Remember dissecting a cow eyeball in elementary school? That sounds about right. Yep, ads will start any second, and then I'll get up and grab a little snack. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Dragon D? No. Not doing it. I baited. I rose above. I summoned Pot of Greed. I just saw that meme earlier. There we go. There's the ads. All right. Everybody get a snack, stretch, go to the bathroom, fill water, whatever you got to do. I'll be back in just a moment. We'll hang out a moment. I got a snack. We got the gentle sound of waves behind us. These ad breaks are going to be fun to edit in my VODs. Anyway, fun fact is that injecting things into your eyeball is not great. Okay, please elaborate. Directly to the heart is fastest. I feel like there's probably other concerns with the heart. Especially, you know, depending what all you're shooting up in there. No, let Rain take notes. This is educational. All right, and them's the ads.
Yes?
Misheard that as ass. How you doing, Ninja? It's good to have you. I don't know, just go intravenous or intramuscular or IP. What's the P? What's the P one? Doing well. Your mom's having the cancer surgery next week, so that's good news. Wishing all the best. Really hope that goes well and takes care of what they need it to do. Intraperitoneal, gotcha. Or IP freely, yeah. It could also be IP freely. I see you, P. Nuh-uh. That was on my BRB screen. There's no way you saw that. Anyway, yes, all of those hurt. Let's see what Kim wants to tell us about the case.
What do you want to know?
Imagining Ed pissing in the corner behind him. Okay, but you came up with that image. So... if we're from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
What do you mean? Are you a cop? Yeah. Yes, you're a cop who woke up, did not investigate the dead body hanging from the tree. The dead body has been there for a week. You have done a lot of alcohol, don't remember who you are, pawned off your gun, harassed a bunch of people, and now, I guess, are trying to work on the case again. You're going to go use the bathroom that I definitely have. Almost did drugs with a kid. Well, I'm just talking about the things that the character did before we got involved. Oh, yeah, lost the badge. Totally lost the badge. And my Koshi, this game has attempted to classify my political leanings multiple times over, which as somebody who tries to be very non-political in streams has me sweating.
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
What does it think you are? I've been called a liberal and a communist multiple times. Mercenary girlfriend, welcome in. Raiders, how you doing? Welcome to the channel. Merc Raid. Mercenary Girlfriend, welcome in. Playing Slay the Princess. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Unholy Terra, welcome in. Let's get a shout out for you, Mercenary Girlfriend. Please feel free to tell us a little bit about yourself. This is your first time on the channel, and we like to give a little bit of spotlight to raiders. So we like you to be able to talk about who you are, the games you play, the vibes you have, anything like that. Thanks for choosing us to raid. Raiders, if you don't know me, I am Ad Noctum. I'm a variety streamer. I play a variety of games, and I focus on the single-player, story-based experiences. Today, we are playing Disco Elysium. It's my first time. This is a very involved, somewhat political RPG. Dialogue-heavy, choices matter. We're having a great time with it. I also like action, horror, RPG, Souls-like, just a little bit of everything, especially that's got that story base to it. I'm dropping frames. I don't know why. I apologize. It's a bad look in front of the Raiders. Pull it together, OBS. The vibes are immaculate. Welcome in, Flute Right. I have no doubt that the vibes over there are immaculate. The other thing I always like to say to the Raiders is if you need to raid and run, then definitely feel free to do that. Know that you're welcome to hang with us here as long as you'd like, but not obligated. You just got done with a stream. You just got done watching a stream. You may need to get off, go do other things. Totally understood. Don't feel any pressure. Just because I might be here asking you some questions, don't feel any pressure that you have to be here. I'm dropping frames because you are eating them. Okay, at the end of stream, I will let you know when I have leftover frames, and you're welcome to them. However, for now, please, I need them, so try not to eat too many. It's kind of harsh in my groove here. I started the stream with a conversation about Disco Elysium, so couldn't not recommend coming here. That's awesome. Just so hungry forever. I know. Just see, the thing is, I only get so many of those frames per second. So, like, when you're eating so many of them, I'm not really getting the ones that I need. Nyarlathotep, or sort of Nyarlathotep. Welcome in. Love the name. Feeling so much pressure to stay and so thirsty. Oh, no. Yes, hi, I'm Merc. I'm a variety streamer. I do a whole lot of different games. Strategy, RPG, FPS extraction shooters, whatever catches my ADHD brain on a particular day. Mostly, we just have fun and keep the vibes immaculate. Let me go ahead and give you a follow so I can catch you in the future. Gonna make food, but be sticking around because you love Disco Elysium. Awesome. All right, let's get you a follow. And I will look into, what was it, Slay the Princess? Maiko has recommended that game to me before, and it looked cool. It looked interesting. Ah, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. You're so good, holy hell. You're such a mindfuck, I love it. I'm not sure if it's an entire stream length game, so maybe I'll save it for a day when I have another, like, half stream game. Better to know as little as possible going in. Yeah, I won't look anything up or watch any playthroughs or anything. Merc is definitely pretty cool, and yeah, Slay the Princess was nuts. Well, I'll check out both. I'll check out Merc, and I'll check out the game, but not too much, because I want to keep it a surprise. I think my PC can handle it too, I hope so. Alright, we were just talking to Kim about our case here. You changed the spelling well over a decade ago because the actual spelling was taken on your Warcraft server. You were writing for Science Fiction Online at the time, so you kept it and branded it. So instead of Nyarlathotep, you are Nirhalahotep. I like it. It's actually got a nice kind of swing and groove to it. Kim, your son. Kim is pretty cool. I'm a little worried about the fact that he's apparently got, like, supreme authority over me with his eyebrows. That's a little suspicious. I don't like being in that position with people. But so far, Kim seems pretty cool and level-headed. Power brows. Yeah, I need those power brows. I mean, my brows are pretty powerful, wouldn't you say? Fear the brows. I do. They just have a hold on me. So, yeah, we were talking to Kim. I don't remember being in on anything.
That's good.
See, I don't even need to make the jokes anymore. Browser? I hardly. The liberal judgment is probably because they think you believe people have autonomy. The communist judgment is because you think people can work together through means other than force. Yeah, like there was one where the options were like, we should burn everything to the ground, or everybody should be rugged individuals and survive through their own mean. And I was like, surely labor and capital can come to some reasonable middle ground, and the game basically called me a centrist. So yeah, this is just gonna out what I think. You know what I'm in on? Retrograde amnesia.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Cop-off?
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
This game also has some advanced racism with races that are not real, but with stereotypes that I believe are based on real stereotypes, like uncomfortably so. And we spent probably 30 minutes listening to some guy's advanced racism theories, and being asked if we wanted to internalize them to our own point of view. The racist dude was really into his racism. Yeah, like spreadsheets and PowerPoints kind of into his racism. Yeah. I'm assuming it's for a teachable moment, or should I say hope. They kind of said if you internalize it, maybe you can also use your internalizing of the knowledge to ultimately reject it. I don't know. Thank you for the hydrate, Ash. Also, Ash, thank you for introducing us to another community and pointing everybody this way for the raid.
Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
Would you say this is a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
That's all I needed to know.
The lieutenant adjusts his collar. It doesn't look like he wants the case to be more mysterious.
I have all I need for now.
Good.
Okay. Enough mystery for one case, says Kim. Your room in the whirling isn't much bigger than this sloop. Of course, don't say it enough or chat nearly enough here. Genuinely enjoy being here. Oh, thank you, Ash. You're an awesome human and I love introducing awesome people to other awesome people. Well, thank you for also being an awesome person and curating great community and sharing that with us. This is worth more than you'll ever earn in all your life. Remember last stream when you asked what kind of racism? No, I don't. I must have missed that. Questions like that are deeper. Reading a book about sex with robots where a psychologist got yelled at by a reporter for questioning marriage between man and robot because he was equating it to bashing gay marriage. It was eye-opening. So this was a physical or fictional encounter that happened in a fiction book you were reading, right? I have not heard anything like that. No. Yeah, those seem like two very disparate things. Two adult humans versus an adult and an animate and perhaps convincingly sentient subject.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
They're not, oddly, and people get weirdly defensive, apparently. Yeah, I don't know that I have anything to say about that. That's a little odd, that response. That voice, wow, you need to know who that is. The voice acting is really great.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extends her hand in greeting.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
I don't know, I'd fuck a robot, but see, that's a different question than should we extend the legal and civil institution of marriage to be between humans and robots? Like, what you do with it physically, is your own deal, but then, like, marriage, it's a little different. Like, could I give ChatGPT power of attorney over me? How would that work? Or if I had my own language model running on my PC and I told it my desires and then I gave it legal power over my decision making, how would that work? That is a great quote for the circumstance, right? You extend property and inheritance to something that can't feel or reproduce and is possibly immortal. Can I get adopted by a robot? I'm gonna say, if you're an adult and you want a robot to adopt you, who am I to get in the way of your happiness? Anyways, there's a game here with a very deep moral system that I need to pay attention to. What gave us away?
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
What is implied here? That you're a drunk?
I couldn't be a drunk. Yeah, fair, the game needs more attention. I love bullshitting with chat, and I use that term of endearment because sometimes we do just go into the wildest stuff. But this game is very cerebral and definitely needs... I need to pay attention to what I'm reading or else I won't take in the lore.
She hasn't actually said it to every drunk in town. It was spoken in jest.
Shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
It's a stupidly deep side check. No, it's okay. It made for interesting conversation.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
I love that of all of the people I've met, I recurringly have this ability to just ask them for money. And I need it. I've only got 2 real and 16 cents. What's crazy about the book is that it's written in 2010 and it's talking about fucking Second Life. Yeah, well, I mean, history repeats itself and time is a flat circle and, you know, infinite recurrence and yada yada. Nihil novi sub sol. And I still owe dude like 137 real. Yeah. Yeah, I owe him a lot. I have a giant novelty check, but I haven't figured out where to cash it. Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
She does not register the real meaning of the remark. Okay, I guess we're gonna ask how much money Wild Pines has.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
Wait. I failed the encyclopedia check to learn what a billion is. The amount of books you've read from a decade ago talking about Second Life like it was ever a relevant game. I mean, didn't, like, real exchange of money happen on Second Life? Like, didn't people make living out of creating Second Life assets and doing services in Second Life? And yet I've never met anybody who played it, as far as I know. The money I owe is so much less than that.
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary. But they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks.
What even is Second Life? It's kind of like Metaverse before anybody coined the term meta and without VR. The game, it's a virtual world, and yes, there's a genuine thriving economy. Yeah, I always heard about it being a big deal, but I never knew anybody who was involved in it.
A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility.
You're only now more confused. So Second Life was a game, virtual world, shared digital environment where people lived a second life. You create your character. I'm pretty sure you would have jobs and stuff. You would actually buy real estate within the game. People do make actual incomes by cashing out the in-world currency into their local one. Right. Yeah, like people it's supposed to be a whole second life online. It's been around, it's got to be 15 years or more. Right? Cuz I remember seeing stuff on Second Life back when online gaming wasn't even a thing that everybody did. You just started this year. If you do a job, you have to bring your actual skill to the table. There are no character skills, which is a big part of why you will argue till you're blue in the face that it's not a game. It's been around since before 2005. Yeah, so wow, like 20 years. Where does Wild Pines get all these billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when Pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lormantang on behalf of the suzerain.
The current account is about 16 years old now. Yeah, that sounds like about when I was first hearing about it.
Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
It probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does such a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% of all cargo in the world? That's quite the endeavor indeed.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
One of your high school girlfriends was super into Second Life, but you never really got into it? Yeah, like I said, I've never talked to anybody until Ash now who actually did anything in Second Life. Just remember it being a large community of furries. I definitely remember that there were like communities, and that was part of the whole people being able to make an income and stuff, was like selling assets and things, so that people could. I don't know how it worked, but so this narrator is Lenval Brown, and this was his first acting experience. Wow, I hope he got some like audiobooks and some character roles and stuff off of this game. What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
She falls silent for a moment, contemplating something.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Okay, back to making dinner. Okay, I hope it goes well. 8 people who don't tip their waitstaff. Yes, if you live in a place with a tipped economy, tip your service people.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
She returns the lieutenant's badge and turns to you.
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
It's possible. After a night of heavy drinking, I lost all memory of my life and the world.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
58% chance. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
She's a negotiator.
We did it.
Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
Surely there's some other way to demonstrate our law enforcement credentials.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
I wish I had my gun. That would be tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse us for a moment, madam.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
The lieutenant's voice is hushed. How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Really? I thought it was going so well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
It's the singer of a London ska band. That's awesome. Let's just have this conversation about this lady right in front of said lady. No chance she catches on. We could just, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
What do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Let's get back to her then. So your dad tipped $28 on a $28 order one time. It feels nice when you're able to do that. Why am I not able to talk? Kim thinks my methods are unorthodox. Yes. You don't need your badge or your gun. I just need gumption. Will. Looks like there was more construction here once, decades ago.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked.
Oh yeah, the tie.
The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Hold on, who am I speaking to?
Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here.
This is the police. Open the door.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
The hallways echoes with her cackle, but I'm not joking.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
She trails off, leaving the sentence unfinished.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Ooh, look at this. In the dimming light, some things become clearer. Cindy's artistic impulses are infectious. All right, 28% chance. 28% chance. We got this. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Is it wrong that you want to play this just so you can hear this man speak some more? Not at all.
It's been a week and now they show up?
There must be another way into the building.
Why is that audio so loud?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice. Despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame. Wasn't just you who that surprised? No, that got us good the first time it happened. No trouble for me. I just want to know what's going on here.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
He asks you, adjusting his shirt.
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Looks like you've got a good view of the Whirling's backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hanging?
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, Where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Pretty sure I didn't.
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
The lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and writes something down.
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the courtyard again. Old patio chairs and dead houseplants litter the scene.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
What's your friend's real name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
You're not actually called Martin Martinez, are you?
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
He scans the courtyard. It's silent like the bottom of a well, every sound captured and reflected back.
Ask him again.
Listen, I really need your name.
And I really need to finish this cigarette.
He replies with a subtle smile.
But he hasn't left yet.
All right, we'll talk later.
No. We won't.
He takes one last drag of his cigarette before stubbing it out on the balcony.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
58, let's go, let's go, let's go,
This
yes!
isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains?
Hey, listen. Lower your voice. I am just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet again somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
His voice is soft and deliberate. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the cigarette butt sailing over the rail.
But, hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He walks away.
He's gone.
The lieutenant puts away his notebook and turns to you. We should run after him, see where he
No
went.
point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we just give up?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
The lieutenant nods towards a small rock on a soggy patch of grass.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Great, let's do that.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it.
Turn it over.
There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and the man can be in any of them.
How are we going to find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Put the stone back and leave. Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. Ooh, +1 logic, -1 authority. That's an interesting trade. This box is filled with cleaning chemicals. Smells of laundry detergent. An old shoe rack. Boots, sneakers, and old slippers. These shoes come in 3 different sizes. Apartment number 12. A loud, rumbling snore comes from within. Such an interesting game. It is. Thanks for hanging out, by the way. Enjoying this game with us. Oh, this is some interesting graffiti. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words.
Inspect the symbol closer.
The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
What does it evoke in... No, let's ask these. Why is the star upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
What does it evoke in me?
You see noble aims, but also mountains upon mountains of corpses. They should have taken a more measured approach. Also, you're really smart. The price of idealism, unrestrained by humanism. Never again. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it.
All right. So we have to play detective now and figure out whose home would be Mr. Martinez. If that is his real name. Ah, this must be the woman.
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
She sneezes into a dirty handkerchief. Are you alright? Should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
She starts coughing, red spots appearing on her cheeks.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
I have a few questions about those apartments.
Ask away, policeman.
What can you tell me about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still...
She leans on her broom. Calling it she's the murderer, obviously.
She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
Who lives behind the padlocked door?
Oh, that one is a scientist. A future scholar.
Suddenly, the old lady's face is beaming.
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
I clean these halls, promptly spits on the floor. I mean, I guess when you're the one responsible for cleaning it up, you get to decide how you soil it. Astrology.
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
You mean the star and antlers? I think that's the symbol of communism.
The symbol of what now?
It's an ideology. It has some noble aims, but it's also been used to justify terrible bloodshed.
The cleaning lady shrugs and returns to sweeping. The clash of ideas and atrocities are as far from her world as fairies and wizards.
That's
She
all,
mumbles
thanks.
some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
I'm looking for a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, a smoker on the balcony.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
She looks at the other end of the hallway. Maiko, thank you for quote 444. Appreciate you.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble, I just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives?
Talk?
The cleaning lady starts laughing, but it turns into a violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom, trying to catch her breath.
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Thanks, I'm off. The door is locked. You can't get in. The chair's new. Someone lives back here. Someone's been sleeping here recently. Cindy? Enough cold to last for several winters. Smells of chemicals. Kim? Kim, how did you get back there? Quick, Kim, investigate. You are in a privileged position. We need to take advantage of it. Mike Koshi, thank you for the 200 bits. Appreciate you. 808 points. Feel that 808 drop. Thank you, Mike Koshi. Above, tarps flap in the wind. Forgotten hammers and nails rust.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Form a guess about what happened.
A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
Look at the ruins in the water.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Who did this damage?
A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well.
Now that's power.
Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannon still ready to placate Revachol.
Hey, Kim, do you know who shelled our city?
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
A 5-nation army? They stopped 2 nations short.
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
Take in the ocean.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean. Time to go finish thought. Of a silently jamming to the white stripes. Someone has torn down the wall. Waves crashing in the darkness. Those 2 lines together also sound like lyrics. An old grocery list on the table, and checks. A note reads, foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates. Need the old gods of Asgard on this. Yes, we do. Door number 9 is locked. How do we get up the stairs to the balcony? So that's to the exit. This says it goes to the balcony. Maybe I missed something?
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
She crosses her arms.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Is that heavy fuel oil?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
He says, studying the contents of Cindy's bucket.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
That's some clever cultural commentary.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo.
Is that bed in the coal room yours?
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
It's not the nicest place, but I guess it'll have to do.
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
Don't you have a real home?
Does anyone in a city like this?
She replies wistfully, looking around. Piggy Boo, there's a pet name you don't see yourself trying out.
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself against it.
Really? You're a miner?
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens.
Cool. I have other questions.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
Catch you later, Cindy. Thank you for the hydrate, Rain. Locate the door number 28 in the apartment building. She's an odd mix of hostile and civil. I wonder if she's always like that or if it's because of dialogue choices that we've made. The graffito says, a firing squad for the rich. Apartment number 8, their mailbox is overflowing. Ah, this way maybe to the balcony. A maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. She's rebelling against her own attitude. The breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. Just a door. Nothing for you here right now. Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. This purple glow is interesting.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
And knock on the door we will. When we return from a 3-minute ad break, yes, it is coming up in just a few seconds. I'm going to take advantage and take a short break myself, and then I'll be back in just a couple of moments, and we'll continue where we're leaving off with Disco Elysium. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. Appreciate you being here for it. I'll see y'all in just a minute. All right. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Maiko, thank you for running clips. No worries. If you can hear me, take your time. All right. Get comfortable here and situated and get ready to get back into it. Hey again, Rain. Thanks for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. And Love Glutton, thanks for hanging out. All right. Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
Wait a second. It is 7:45 p.m. Is that not evening to you if somebody says, oh, I should be free this evening? Is 7:45 not a perfectly reasonable time to interpret as evening?
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
Not if you're a goblin. I'm a goblin and I consider that evening. Like, just because I sleep until, the afternoon doesn't mean it's not evening. It just means it's the beginning of my day. What do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.
You forgetting I was streaming. That's why we have the ping roll. How you doing, Purple? Good to see you. Tomorrow, 2100. Okay.
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory. Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things. You got this.
Sounds good. Tomorrow, 2100.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
So forget, knew you were on, just got distracted. It's okay.
Damn.
Nobody's obligated to be
Turns
here.
out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Probably. How about another knock?
No one answers.
We should return tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 p.m.
How about another knock?
No one answers.
We should return tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 p.m.
How about another knock?
No one answers.
We should return tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Boss today had a 2-hour conversation with you about Incubus and how their new album has the cricket sounds missing at the end of a song. And it reminded you of me. I didn't realize that Incubus had a new album out.
No one answers.
We should return tomorrow.
No one.
We should return.
No one answers.
We should return to.
Okay. This is the door to apartment number 29. Oh, they recreated an old album? Well, that would explain how something like the crickets could be missing. Complete silence. Whoever lives here isn't home. This is the door to apartment 30. Voices from within, singing along to some buoyant dance track. The crickets are missing must have been such a vague statement. Yeah, I mean, I just took it to mean like, oh, they didn't do some little detail that they used to do. But truth be told, I have no idea about crickets in an Incubus song. Like, I know most of their popular ones, and I don't remember any crickets in them. Apparently there's like a 45-second outro. I wonder if that's like an album version thing and, you know, it gets cut from the radio versions. Because I've never bought an Incubus album, you know? I've only ever heard them on the radio or on YouTube, so it's entirely possible there's something that was in one of the songs that I never experienced. Didn't know there was enough Incubus to talk about for 2 hours. Let Everett know you unlocked the door. You called them backup Tool? How are they somehow, like, Tool, but also Coldplay? Like, solidly in the middle there. 3 T's, how idiomatic. It looks like knockoff Anthony Kiedis. I have no idea what any of them look like. You missed Measurehead. Yeah, we did Measurehead last time, last stream. How'd I handle him? We listened for a long time about his advanced race theory, and we did not choose to internalize it. But we actually got to Everett before we did anything with him. Well done, thank you. Just imagining what he looks like during the Incubus MTV Cribs episode. I have never seen an episode of that show. Alright, Everett.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff we can open up with Mr. Clare. I'm told the Union is involved in the local drug trade.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat Guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
No comment.
Harry, you wound me, Harry, in the heart. But I trust you to put this to bed. Do what you must, and let's change the subject, shall we?
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
None taken. Do we have anything else to do here, Harry?
I met Joyce, the company representative.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Just pals.
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you find your lost gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
Why haven't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Okay, let's talk about something else.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
Okay, we get it. I mean, this guy's really trying to sell this idea to us.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
I opened the door you asked me. Can we discuss the murder now?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry.
70 experience. Let's go.
You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
The deal wasn't for me to go inside, so I didn't.
You're right, Harry. You only had to unlock the door, which you did. So we're all good here. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
You said the lynching and the strike are related. How?
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
What do you mean?
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire? I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Hold on, you have a village elephant.
No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very real.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
Go
About
on.
my fun container? It's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time they move it. It will be very fun, I promise. But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired.
So
I
glad
think
no
there
countries were
three.
ever pillaged by
All
shady
hardened
military
commando
operations for fruit companies in the real world. That sounds terrible, yeah. It would be absolutely wild if something like that had happened. Over, I don't know, like bananas or something.
One of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator.
Totally unrelated note. I'm
controlled
gonna go get a
That's your
can
boy,
of cheap,
the one who
reliable
likes
Dole
hanging
pineapple.
out
Can I
and
interest you in making it a Dole whip?
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, What you need to realize is...
Fiance loves those. I've never had one, honestly. Maybe I have. Welcome back, Maiko. We were just discussing pineapples for no reason, not related to private military companies.
We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough, and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
Wait, the whole neighborhood is in on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
Who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
Doesn't it?
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea.
I'm sure.
Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
Footwear, we love footwear.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of it...
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal. He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them being here. Strange.
You mentioned a lawyer girl.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Where can I find them? The Union booth in the Whirling was empty.
You know what, Harry? I got a feeling they're gonna show up in full force tomorrow.
The lieutenant marks something in his notebook.
In the future, I could use your backing. Can you ask the Hardy Boys to cooperate?
But of course! It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
When you meet this Titus, tell him about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
Wait, why are you giving it to me?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
Needless to say, this is another move. Don't take it.
I don't need it. I only wanted you to help me with the Hardy Boys.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
Good talk. Let's conclude for now.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Yet?
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
Let's see. I'm not a man of the left. I'm a patriot of Revachol. I don't think I'm that. You're right not to trust me. I take care of me. I'm a hustler. I grind. I'm a money engineer. I don't think that's for me either. What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are. I don't think we're the epitome of leftness. This is another corrupt scheme, isn't it? I'm neither left nor right. I do what my heart tells me to do. That probably feels the most like where we've been rolling.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell
The
you
world's
to
most
forget about
laughable
it? Or do you
centrist
think it wants to be
is the
found?
achievement I just
think it's
got.
lonely and cold. I think it
For
wants to be
defending the
found, and I
political
have a
center
proposal
7
for you.
times. The world's most laughable centrist.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
What are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
What will happen to the current occupants? Yeah, where is this
On
place?
the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
What will happen to the current occupants?
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
I was thinking that the development was going to displace them, and I was going to be against that. But if they're not being displaced...
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Are you 100% sure no one's going to end up homeless?
Am I? Harry, these people... Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth center there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbor.
He means it.
Kim, what do you think of this?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
Fine. If I happen to be there, I can ask them.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
He hands you an open white envelope.
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the waterlock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun.
He runs his fingers through his thin hair. Can we go over a few details concerning the murder again?
Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like brainstorming these things with you.
You heard porn shop because of the accent, and honestly, I would believe that that fit in this game. Let's change the subject.
By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
I'm going to leave now, but we might talk again later.
See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
Okay, so I think what I wanted to do was grab a new slot. Yeah, unlock. And let's get this volumetric shit compressor going. Keep your shit together, of course, right, and mine is far too apart right now. Nice. Saribot just jumped on that one. That was instant, yeah. Time that happens, he let out a little oop.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Every time that happens, you choose to believe your mod powers are evolving. Tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Okay.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various
GBL?
synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Interesting. Meth and dextroamphetamine. They got dextros? Wow, that's advanced stuff.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Sounds very more than alleged.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say...
We're in logistics. It's our business to... Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrart and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
The lorries.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
She gives you a knowing look. Hey, we've talked to some lorry drivers at the roundabout before.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
We already have some suspicions that one of the drivers was present at the lynching.
The two might even be connected.
Roundabout?
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to hear it.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done.
It's no coincidence the lorries are stranded there like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However...
She pauses, looking to the sea.
This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
She looks north.
Thousands of liters of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
You're here to cause problems. Who better, Ari? What's up? What you been up to? How's your day been?
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
This is the game that Crunch and somebody else keep trying to get you to play.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
Thank you for shouting out Ari. Ari is currently trying to do Elden Ring hitless, not get hit once, and is absolutely cracked at that game. Is the PB still 5? Beating the game being only hit 5 times and trying to make it to that 0 hit. Previously beat it at level 1. PB 5, yeah. If you like Souls-like games, that's kind of Ari's thing. Also degenerate humor and general good times and automaton solos. So if that sounds like something you're into, check out Ari. You went thrifting all day, had some scrumptious finds. I'm glad you finally got to go thrifting. I know you had that in your system for a while.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
I guess... I feel like I already know what I want to do, but the completionist in me is like, surely we need to check out every dialogue option. Your best find today, a Harley-Davidson motorcycle phone. You had to get it like an actual landline? Tell me you're going to hook it up and call people on it. It's in the shape of a motorcycle. You better actually use it. Yeah, time to get a landline. I'm sure there's one somewhere. Love to figure out how to hook it up to your PC and use it as a mic. There's got to be something for that. There's just got to be. That could be a redeem. I would spend like a lot of channel points for you to use that as your mic.
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
Surely you can get some kind of Raspberry Pi thing and have someone call you with the redeem and TTS. Yeah, but do you want people's voices on your stream? I'm sure... I mean, it's just an analog audio device at heart. Oh, you mean... Okay. And then what? Use a microphone to pick up the sound of the phone? That's pretty great.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs? Am I liking the game? I am. I'm still evaluating it for a stream game to see if it's something that has enough interest and if enough people want to get into it. It's a lot of dialogue, but it's really, really good writing. Very, very political, it has a lot of things to say about a lot of people, and it's very RPG, like how you build your character really matters with the choices you get in dialogue and stuff.
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
Yeah, it's really good if you like RPGs and you like political stuff and learning about different factions and piecing together a mystery and all of that sort of stuff. Apparently, I've done things way different than how other people have done it, so I guess there's a lot of variety in how you can play the game. Think you need to lurk for sleep, but listening in until the sweet abyss takes you. And sweet, I hope it is. You have a good one, Maiko. Thank you for all of your help. And thanks for being here, and get some good rest. Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
Okay, I've made up my mind about the smuggling investigation.
Yes?
We'll take this case, probe the drivers, see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
You seem rich. Can I have some money?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it?
Why not?
Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
What nice fabrics. Howdy, Darkin. How you doing?
Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat.
How you finding this game? It's a really good game. I really recommend people play it if they like RPGs and stories and like factions and mysteries and learning about the world. Stream game, it's not the best paced game I've ever streamed. And thanks, Crazy Morning, but finally calmed down with lunch. Nice.
While dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible, within reason.
Yeah, so?
Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. Barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable.
You did struggle with this one, spent a few hours, but ended up losing your focus and moved on. Ah, so you tried it. Okay.
You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
Have a good night. Have a good night, Zarchin. You stay awesome as well. Guess Harry won't ask for money. Let's see. I'm a goddamn working man. I'm not ashamed to shake this leech for some dough.
You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more demeaning it is to grovel at her feet. Oh God, the lieutenant is here too. Do not dishonor the force.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
I have a 92% chance. A 92% chance to ask this rich lady for some money. Surely this roll goes my way.
Voila, you're doing it.
Can I have some money, ma'am?
Of course. How much do you need?
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
I need 130 real.
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She reaches into her raincoat and pulls out a zip bag. In it, you see paper notes arranged like black gills.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily to the touch.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
I'm still getting my head around this whole money concept. You were just helping me out.
You're right, ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
What can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear about trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
Wouldn't want to disturb an octopus. Better let it be.
I am glad you see it that way. To repeal the act would mean repealing the coalition government. The one that leases you the right to police West Revachol.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
Leave it alone.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
You mean Jean-Luc, my race mentor. He's a great teacher, a man of virtue.
Oh, so you've met him. Has he beguiled you with his inane theories?
My colleague has his peculiarities. Let's not go into this particular one just yet.
Of course. To each their own.
How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous, even. It's meant.
What are their demands? Yeah, so last time they won overtime pay and medical plan, and then they're coming back to strike for more. So what else do they want? I know they want, like, total ownership of it.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Seems like they have no idea about business.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
What does that even mean?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision, about what? About anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
It's pretty funny, I have to admit.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
What are you going to do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
Okay, that's clever.
This checks out.
Happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it?
She pauses to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Okay then.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
The scabs at the gate, did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
What do you think of Everett?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
That's Everett, all right.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
I remember hearing something about this Edgar.
Have you seen him?
No.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
He was just holding out 5 real. He wasn't even trying to bribe me. Yeah. This lady, she just gave me the 130 real that I needed.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Merkel, welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? Merc swiveling into disco with you. Can I pick up my frames? Yes, I can. Merkel, how was the rest of stream? How is the Minecraft going? Tell me what you got up to. Striker, thank you for the resub.
Merc
Space
swiveling
Monkey, thank
into
you for the
disco
shout-outs.
with Merkel Nessie vibe Merkel pumpkin dance.
Y'all, if you're here for me and you don't know Merkel,
Hello,
I'm
Gordon.
very surprised, but you should know Merkel. Merkel is great. She plays a variety of games, loves first-time playthroughs, currently doing a subathon to celebrate reaching Partner Plus, playing on the community Minecraft server. It's great. I'm a part of it. I've built some stuff. If you watch Merkel's streams, you might see some things that I built. If that's not reason enough to follow, I don't know what is. But for real, Commercial is great, and I highly recommend. And one of my oldest friends on the platform and biggest supporters. Raiders, if you don't know me, I'm Ad Noctum. I'm a variety streamer. I like to play a variety of games, mostly focused on the single-player, story-based experiences. Today, we are playing Disco Elysium. It is my first time playing the game, and it's very interesting, very dialogue-heavy, very political, very faction-based, and we're just having a good time with it. I like action, horror, RPG, Souls-like, a little bit of everything like that, especially that's got a good story to it. So much unexpected creeper explosions and alert sounds started your mansion's roof and fell to your death once before getting an achievement for falling from the top of the map to the bottom. Was such a fun one. How are you doing, and how's it been since I was last here? It's been good. It's I'm really enjoying the game. It's a different pace from a lot of what I stream, but I'm having a good time with it. It's a really great story. The writing is good. There's a lot of care in the world. Commercial and Raiders, if you all need to rest, relax, decompress, get off of Twitch, go do other things, whatever you've got to do, know that it is totally okay. You are always welcome with us and always welcome to hang out with us, but not obligated. Thank you for coming over with the raid. Whether you're an old friend or seeing the channel for the first time, checking out the channel means a lot. Welcome on in. Red Dabbler, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. So pumped to get a chance to see what this game's like. Yeah, it's very much RPG. Very RPG, very dialogue-based. How you set up your character is very important and changes a lot of the options you have. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm not missing anybody. Kraz, welcome in. Good to see you. Scanlan, Seamus, Space Monkey, Kian, Gilby, Striker, Yo-Yo, Danny, Todd, Ash again, Robco. Welcome on in, everybody. Be back getting a call. Sounds good. Take your time. I just upgraded my shit compactor. I did. That is a thing that happened. Always a pleasure. Thank you, Kraz. Hi, first time here. Been following Commercial for a while. Welcome in, Justin. I recognize you. Thanks for coming over and checking out the channel. All right, so in this game, we're a cop, but we have amnesia. We don't remember that we're a cop. We woke up. We were violently hungover, missing one of our shoes, missing our gun, missing our badge. A person has been murdered and hanging from a tree, and for a week we have not investigated it. So we're trying to investigate the murder, and then there's also some stuff going on with the union and social democrats, and then we've got some stuff going on with some capitalists and some communists, and a lot of tensions, and the game keeps making fun of me for being a centrist, and it's quite a lot of fun, actually. Mage, thank you for the hydrate. Justin, thank you for the follow. And don't fuck with Kuno, yeah. Thank you, Space Monkey. And I hope anybody listening in who's still playing on the Mercs Minecraft server just got jump scared by the creeper. Alright. Yeah, so what about the Union itself? I'm gonna get back into the game, but welcome in, everybody. If I haven't greeted you yet, definitely feel free to say hi or simply lurk and hang out and enjoy the game with us.
The Debarders Union was once a perfectly normal institution.
I'm mining here.
20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that.
You just got jump scared by the creeper. Yeah, Space Monkey knew that was going to be a good ROI on that scare.
Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Claire came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
She hesitates, looking for the right expression. There's power in a union. Yes, the union people in this game certainly are powerful. Are they good? That's another question altogether.
A mob. The Debarders are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Evrat and his brother.
Got Kay great while she was inside with closed doors, and again high up on the mansion. Were you responsible for one of the falling deaths? I would love that. Is it 1975? It is indeterminate year. They keep saying things like in the 6th decade of the century and in the year '08. So who knows? They kind of have cars. They kind of have guns. They have radios. So I don't know.
And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
Glad you're enjoying the game. It's continuing my first playthrough of Shadow of Tomb Raider, which just got off for the night. Very nice, Scanlan. And we don't know what a billion is, but that's because of the amnesia and not because of the year. So would I say the Union is... Well, if I'm going to be honest, it's basically a socialist mob.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
One more thing. You said something happened in the elections.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union.
Thank you, Space Monkey. Ah, the previous forewoman of the Union disappeared. Tomb Raider games are very long, but you don't mind you're a slow player anyways. As long as you enjoy it, that's the important part.
Disappeared?
Socialist mob, count you in. This game may be for you. This game offered me the option to be an ardent communist and try to burn everything to the ground. I have been made fun of for taking centrist positions on things too many times.
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter.
What was the centrist achievement called again? I got an achievement called Most Laughable Centrist for defending the political center too many times. But you have to understand, it will be like extreme opinion, or I think both extreme opinions are bad. And then when you pick I think both extreme opinions are bad, then the game makes fun of you.
The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, man. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need. Let's change the topic.
Of course. How else can I help?
By the way, I've talked to Everett Clare.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
He's a bloated rainbow socialist. Yeah, and the other funny thing is we don't usually do politics on this channel. Like, not only do I try to avoid hot takes, I try to avoid takes that aren't generally, like, just basics of human decency. This game is forcing me to say a lot of things about a lot of stuff.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually...
All right, friends, I'm starting a new experiment where I'm running mid-roll ads instead of pre-roll ads, so we're about to get 3 minutes of ads. I don't do any gameplay while the ads are going, so I'm sorry to do this to you as you just come in from a raid, but I'm going to take a break, run to the restroom. I'll be back in a minute, and we'll chat until the ads are done. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll see you in just a second. All right. We have about a minute left until the ads are done. So, yeah, we're just going to sit here and chat for a moment. So, besides the falling to death and getting the achievement, any fun things happen on the Commercial stream that anybody would like to talk about? Your favorite moment, funny thing that happened? Thank y'all for hanging out. Rain, Justin, Kian, Space Monkey, Love Glutton, Danny. Appreciate y'all. Got lost in a hole. Been there. It happens. Wouldn't make fun of anybody for that. My Koshi, thank you for the bit. I appreciate you. We are fundraising for TwitchCon. You can see right here, kind of below my finger. Yeah, we're fundraising for TwitchCon. Commercial, thank you for the fundraising, the fart raising, shall I say, for TwitchCon. Yeah, I've just added a new reward. At 1,000 points, we will do a frustration game stream. So that's going to be like one of those climbing games, or like the Sisyphus game where you roll a boulder up a hill until it falls and you restart. So that'll be fun. And then at 1,200, I'll do some reading of no sleep or creepypasta stuff, and I'll take recommendations for people's favorites. We'll listen to some spooky-ooky, copyright-free music. Are blurps added? No, I couldn't figure out a way to do that. Sorry, I kind of misled you there. We are back now from the ads. You hit a bullseye on a target at more than 30 meters with a crossbow for an achievement in Minecraft. Very nice. However, those ads that you all just sat through if you're not subscribed, I'm actually adding those in to my TwitchCon fundraising. So the difference that I'm making from the new ads experiment, if I make more money, I'm actually going to include that total in my points. So people who are not able to contribute otherwise know that when you're in the ads, it is supporting the channel, and it is also getting rid of pre-rolls, which makes my channel easier to find for people who want to come in without ads right away. In ads right now, but you have moments where you lose yourself in stupid politics. Try my best not to push that on your chat. Thank you, Seamus. Yeah, these games do get kind of political, but being civil is the important thing. Gonna lurk for food. Appreciate the lovely welcome. Get you something to eat. Thank you again for the raid. Thanks for all of the support and being a friend. Spent most of your day achievement hunting. Very nice. All right, so we've just called this Everett guy a rainbow socialist. Anarchy rules. Welcome in, Agromonk.
Corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verm-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth.
She looks at the ground and nods.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something...
Aggressive political statement. Somebody's really trying to get noticed. Agromonk, your senpai has noticed you.
How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
I forgot about this necktie. And every time my necktie talks to me again, I wish it didn't. How am I liking this wild ride? I think it's really good. It's really interesting. The writing is solid. The world building obviously has care. The opposite chat side has confused you 4 times in about 10 minutes. Yes, that's because, well, as you can see, all of the dialogue in the game is over here where my chat was, meaning you could read neither of it. It's been real quiet since I found my other shoot. Yeah, this necktie. Mr. Everett is helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
What did one snowman say to the other snowman? Do you smell carrots? 2. Back, my internet hit hiccup, which caused it to drop out, but back, no worries. Welcome back.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. When I said be wacky, I didn't mean wildly, grossly irresponsible and damaging to the RCM.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
Mr. Everett says it's almost ready to be found soon.
Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now.
Don't
Unless,
get
of
that one. I
course,
guess
he's
because the
lying
carrot is
to
the
you.
nose. They want to know if you
Anyway,
smell.
was
I
there
don't know.
anything else you've heard?
He asked me to open a door.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that.
No, I mean like a real door to someone's house.
Oh my. A real door.
The lieutenant does not say anything, but you hear the nylon of his jacket rustle as he looks at you.
Kim is judging us so hard right now. And I like to imagine we're just making this face the whole time. You understood that, and you still don't get it either. Like, yeah, I don't know. Our noses are made of flesh and cartilage. Like, do we smell flesh and cartilage? Like, sure, there's times in your life when you smell flesh and cartilage, but just as a state of being, no, you don't walk around just smelling flesh and cartilage. Definitely tell her how you ran into a door to try to open a door earlier. It had to be done. I got information it was useful to the case.
That's good to hear, Detective. Police work is rarely pretty, but it sounds like you did what you had to do.
Her bartering mind cannot fathom that you didn't ask anything in return.
Frankly, what was done was not pretty at all, but neither was it illegal, and it was not for nothing.
He turns to you.
This seems serious.
I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Everett says the Wild Pines sent mercenaries after the Union, and now one's dead. And their eyes are made of coal. Do snowmen see coal? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That one is not a strong contributor to the dad joke API.
The company did not send mercenaries after the Union. I told you in great detail about the mistakes my side made. And of course, I accept them completely. I just hope you don't share Everart's view on things. After all, as he said, one's dead now. The Pines certainly hasn't killed any of theirs.
Let's keep it that way. She means to add, but then doesn't.
Just means their stare is as cold as ice.
Look who's defensive suddenly.
Anna, welcome in, Anna. How you doing? Great to see you. Let's see. Everett asked the Union's militant wing to fully cooperate with the investigation.
How benevolent. Hopefully they'll help you sort this whole business out, if they haven't already.
We cannot discuss the specifics of an ongoing investigation, ma'am. Besides, you haven't exactly been forthcoming yourself.
You're good. You'll be lurky because it's late for you, but you wanted to say hi. No worries. Thank you for coming by to say hi. It's always good to see you. Enjoyed you starting your Elden Ring run yesterday, and hope you continue to enjoy that, and hope you're well in general. Well, you said you're good. Sometimes I just talk and stuff comes out, but it's always good to see you, friend.
That is only fair. Well, I hope it yields something.
Space Monkey, thank you for
Otherwise,
shouting
you'll have
out,
opened that
Anna.
door for naught.
Anna is great, lovely,
Anything
welcoming, kind, funny, great singing voice, plays a variety of games. If you like variety streamers with a good personality, where you can feel welcome and chill and safe to hang out, you'll love Anna's streams. Very much enjoying it. Good. Yeah, Elden Ring, man, you know, I had to step away a little bit from the Souls-like games because they just got my heart rate up a little too much, some of the more frustrating ones. But I really did enjoy my time with Elden Ring. That's all I've got to say.
Naturally, Detective. There are lighter topics to gossip about.
You're getting back into Elden Ring again? Space Monkey, are you getting ready for the DLC? Playing a strength build this time. I don't know why I always tend to go for the dex type builds. Can't wait to see Erdtree. I'm thinking about if I'm gonna get it, but I feel like everybody's gonna be doing it when it comes out. And I think it's a lot of money for me right now, and I'd probably have to rebuild a character to get ready for the DLC. So I think I might wait on the DLC a little bit and then do it a little later down the line. It's all you can do to not choose Mage again. I have never played Mage in a Souls game. Can't remember what song it was last night, but Anna teleported you into a whole Disney movie for a moment. It was wonderful. Anna is wonderful. All right, he asked me to deliver an envelope. Do you say envelope or envelope?
Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it?
You say envelope? I've always said envelope. But if I'm talking about the verb, I say envelop.
Ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
With longing. Clear and simple longing. Strange. Why does she want to go there?
One thing I like about this game is how different parts of my psyche and everything talk to me. So, like, that was a message from my empathy because I have high psyche and I scored a good empathy roll. It really helps me divine people's, their intentions somewhat. I think it's really clever writing. Reminds me a lot of what I have to do in social situations and pick apart things and try to think what people mean. Because, sadly, people don't always say exactly what they mean. There's a lot they don't say and a lot that they say that doesn't actually belie anything. Quite fond of this village, aren't you?
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an older man with impossibly broad shoulders.
Were you laughing because you, in fact, did not get a good empathy roll? No, I did. I needed to roll an 8, and I got an 11.
He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. These buildings are all carbon copies of one another.
Couldn't remember. No worries. Why are we asking if she's been to Martinez before? She just said she had. Oh, no. Yeah, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez.
Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had
You're a
boats
wise
and-
man. Thank you, Seamus.
Don't hold it against me. My paramour certainly did not.
Sounds like you missed those times. Yeah, it almost sounds like those things mattered more to you than your material wealth. Just having some weird chat issues. Weren't getting any new messages, and your message wouldn't come up even after you closed and reopened. Working suddenly now, though. Yeah, it sounds like a server error where you are, maybe, or something like that. Not sure.
Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. Like reavers.
Skill issue. Nah, don't do that to yourself.
We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in 08. Imagine.
He wants to build a youth center here for the children of Martinez. This is true.
A youth center with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it.
Her eyes run across the water, remorsefully.
Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him.
So you're sad you can't buy the place.
Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village.
What's the biggest development today? Crunch. What's up, Crunch? Biggest development today is the game is officially laughing at me for being a centrist. I have rejected most other isms. We're kind of working with Everett and now with Joyce. And let's see, I got my other shoe back finally. Yeah, I guess that's it. We're still on day 1. And you and I have the same cheeks and hair. You just got a bigger beard. I used to have a beard down to like here. Learned about romance novels. We did learn about romance novels. Had some streams where you couldn't connect to chat at all, even after restarting, and just had to live with it. That sucks. Heading to bed. Have a good one, Cemetery Chick. Appreciate you hanging with us.
She is more defensive about it than usual.
full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information?
I'd rather talk about something else for now, if you don't mind.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat.
About 10 or so years on me, that just means I'll be there one day.
Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Cool, but your boat really needs a name.
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why?
She taps on the side of the boat. It makes a hollow sound.
Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long.
Well, now the chat is working again. Have a good stream and enjoy chat. Thanks, Dark, and you have a good one yourself. You heard sloot, not sloop. How about Dolores?
Why Dolores?
I just like the name for some reason.
Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion.
How do you like
My
it?
sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
The eel's hips.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Kim, you just don't get my style, okay? You don't get how I do business. You don't get how I just get in with the people and talk to them.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
You have a license for this boat.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
Don't say it. I'm not gonna say it. You can't make me say it. Do not. Nope, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying that I am also a highly qualified pleasure craft operator. I'm just not gonna say it.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license.
Doesn't need a license?
You're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
You thought I was gonna say operator? No, I did like the Galaxy Brain version of that joke. Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
What do you mean, archipelago? You know where I learned the word archipelago? Age of Empires 2 as a child playing against my dad. That's where I learned the word archipelago.
I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not?
Caillou, I thought we were in Revachol.
We are, and the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
Still, I haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
I love that I have hidden ulterior motives.
You have the guns and the ammo. Take this Clausen fiend down.
Clausen fiend. That's a good word. Let's talk about the economics of this boat you're on. Go in for the kill.
Oh my. The E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Oh boy, which political take do I want to have here? Yes, exactly. Preciso mundo. Class wartime, baby. No, it's a symbol of our subjugation to foreign capital. The bad kind of capital. We definitely won't be taking that one. Yeah, we'll just say yes, exactly. Like, we're not gonna act like we're better than her because of it, but we're definitely gonna call her on it.
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
Go full centrist. That's what I do. When I drive, I stay in the middle lane. When I have to pick between two moral choices, I stay in the center lane.
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here. As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata.
28% chance to fire back, to clap back with something that really bodies her. Let's try it. 28. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yes!
Flesh.
There doesn't seem to be much space left with this giant pleasure craft docked in the way.
Yep, that's the stuff.
Good thing everyone else has tiny skiffs.
I assure you, they drove quite the hard bargain for this space. But you're right.
Now I just got the achievement, biggest communism builder, for employing critical theory 9 times. I have yet to get an achievement for capitalism, objectivism, individualism, voluntarism, or anything of the sort.
I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my long, incredibly lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat.
See, was that so hard to admit?
There is no shame in her voice. A touch of sadness, yes, but no shame.
I think I have a handle on the boat thing. Now that we both admitted that you're a bourgeois woman.
Good.
Thank you, that's all for now.
Of course, Detective. Take care.
That was a great thing to be doing at 9:30 at night in the snow.
Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit's singularity lasts.
All endurance white checks unlocked. Learning cap for endurance raised to 4. Very nice. All right. What else is there to do at 9:30 at night? Oh, we can talk to the drivers. Yes. Hopefully the lorry drivers are still out there at 9:30 at night and not doing something better with themselves.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
You seem like a man who knows about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Okay, so we have 3 choices. Do we ask him, do you finance those other addictions with drug trafficking? Do we say, I need to get high and I'm looking for a dealer? Or do we tell him the truth? Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B. Am I talking to you? No, talking to the reading the dialogue for the character. All right, let's play it like we're looking to experience some. I need to get high, and I'm looking for a dealer.
Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit, usually through some trickery, persuasion, or fraud.
What? No, of course not. Why would I do that?
Then what's your deal here?
Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Wait, then why are you still hanging around?
Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Who do you think could be conducting the drug trade then?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
42% chance. He's a poet. Hit him with your best verse. Come on. Come on. 42. The answer to life, the universe, and everything. We got this.
Your best
Damn
verse? You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweed.
Space Cats, welcome in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Space Cats raid. We got time for boat. Ronin dude, welcome in. I'm losing all my frames. Space Monkey, thank you for the shoutouts. Space Cats was playing Say No More. Feel free to tell us what this is. I've never heard of it. In addition, feel free to share anything you'd like about yourself. Talk about your streams, the game you play, anything like that. Space Cats is a very fun streamer, plays a variety of games. Definitely some indie and horror type games, some RPGs, a little bit of everything. If you like the variety that we play over here, you like to see some games that you might not see on every other stream, you'll probably like to check out WoW Space Cats. So I highly encourage you to consider clicking the heart at the top of chat. Give them a follow, maybe check them out in a future stream. Maybe you'll find somebody new that you enjoy. Bro, my frames, I know it's anytime I click out of the game. You want us to tell you about the game? No, fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm sorry. Unit, thank you. No worries, everybody. We appreciate you either way. Raiders, if you don't know me, I am Ad Noctum. I'm a variety streamer. I play a variety of games. I like to focus on the single-player story-based experiences. So today we're playing Disco Elysium for my first time. It's a dialogue-heavy, story-based game with heavy political undertones. Really enjoying it. I also like action, horror, Souls-like, RPG, shooters, a little bit of everything that's got that story to it. It's a short, silly little game. Took a break from the horror to relax and goof off. You gotta do that once in a while. A lot of saying no. You know, that makes sense with the name of the game. I probably should have expected that. How's Disco going? Very good. The game has made fun of me for being a centrist and not wanting to take a stand on a lot of stuff. So yeah, I keep getting put in the middle of these extreme options and then not wanting to choose either of them, and then I get made fun of. But it's good. I really like the writing in this game. I enjoy it. The art style, the music. It's really a good game. So I really do recommend it, especially to people who like RPGs. If you like a lot of dialogue, you like a lot of factions and world building and some politics and things like that, it's a good game. This game is a lot of game. Got around to finally beating it last year. Damn centrist, us fascist cops are where it's at. Joke, joke. Yeah, you totally could do that. Gotta love games that get you like that. Glad I'm loving it. Yeah, thank you. You coming over, you know, you just had a stream, and everybody that's coming over with you just watched a long stream. If anybody's got to raid and run, if you've got to rest, relax, decompress, anything like that, just know it's totally understood. We're glad to have you here. You're welcome to be here as long as you like, and you are appreciated, but just know there's no obligation. All right, maybe I can get my frames back when I click into this game. She broke me. She fucking broke me.
That's brutal, man. But you know, time will...
No, stop. He's already mortified.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we're getting right into it. No, Tommy, these are my rhymes. Listen. She fucked me till I bled. We've just failed a check, and that's why this poem is like the worst thing I've ever heard.
That's,
That was so bad that damaged our morale.
In the name of God, what are you doing?
It's not real, guys. It's not my actual... Oh, no, I can continue. I can double down on the cringe fest worst poem you've ever heard. I will never be the same again. She's always there. Fuck the case. Fuck everything. Total doom.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks, man.
Had perfect timing. Yes, just in time to see me really fumble.
Yes. And I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
Alright, that's all for now. Jim Morrison did the worst poem ever? I find that hard to believe. Alright, so we gotta talk to one of these other lorry drivers. Ooh, money. Oh, you know what we should do before it gets any later? We should go pay off our debt. You're new, and yet I can't talk to you.
Can I help you?
Hello, Gordon.
Hello. Oh man, we're about to make this guy's night. Not only are we about to pay back our debt, we are about to tell him that the woman he asked out did not leave because of him. Okay, so about that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
Can I pay with this check?
You must be joking, right? You come here, trash everything, and now you try to pay with a novelty check?
The cafeteria manager stares at you baffled. No, this isn't how it was supposed to go.
This isn't a game show. I'm not going to accept it. You owe me cold, hard money. I want to see that money in the palm of my hand. Every single cent.
You can cash it in at the local frit near the harbor gates, though it might not be enough to cover it.
Oh, I'll do that later. Okay. How much do I owe you again?
A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 real.
I have your money.
Well?
Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
What is my nightly bill?
I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
20 real per night.
I'll take
okay.
a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
I talked to Sylvie. She left because of me, not you.
Wait, what? But what about the bird?
The bird?
Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left.
She didn't break it. I did. I threw it against the wall. Look, we're being a good person. We are owning up to all of the things we've done wrong.
You broke the skewer.
His face is flushed with emotions. A rash covers his neck.
I assure you it was him.
It's as if he can't decide whether to be angry or relieved that it was you. Again.
He's thrilled. Look, we've just made his night.
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer?
I just break things. It's the way I am.
I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse, I thought she was trying to send me a message. Symbol of hope and all.
Mage, welcome in from the raid. Sorry you were making Chimkin. No, I bet that Chimkin was awesome. I bet you killed it, and you should not be sorry. Welcome in, though. It's good to see you.
A tender type of hope. Something
Thank you
stirs
for the
in you.
hydrate.
Perhaps this is why you broke it.
All right. Did she say anything else about me, you know? Did she say anything about me?
Yeah, she said she was flattered. It was just a bad timing.
Really? I should give her a call then.
The man doesn't know what to say. He wipes his brow and stares at the counter.
Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you wanted, or...?
Did I see another thing at the whirling?
Another thing. Great. I love those.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Okay. Goodbye. Man, look at that. We got a whole new level up. I don't want to, but we should probably invest in endurance so I'm not always one step away from death. I still gotta find a karaoke song to sing. I don't know where I'm gonna find that. Or I could live dangerously. This is true.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
Try to push on the door.
The door does not budge.
Touch the door.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older.
What's this? Hey, 1 real. Okay, and 15 cents. I now have about 1/3 of what I need to have a place to sleep tomorrow. I'm sure we can make more as we go. But there's probably more I can do with this day. I have the feeling in this game you get a limited amount of days, so I should do everything I can on them. What's going on here?
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool.
Aw, me.
Bang, 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 bang!
He makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few finger bullets into the air. Bree, welcome in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Oh, thank you, Space Monkey. You are on it tonight. Bree, you were playing some Fortnite. Very nice. Hold on, my frames. There we go. Klinga, what signature skill did I go for? I don't remember. I'll get with you in a minute. It might have been Inland Empire. Bree, how was your stream? Feel free to share with us how your stream went, what you were doing, what you get up to over there on the channel. I know you do a variety of games. I think I've seen you playing some horror games lately, but feel free to tell us a little bit about yourself. Raiders, welcome on in. I'm Ad Noctum. I'm a variety streamer. I focus on the single-player story-based games. Today we're playing Disco Elysium. It is my first playthrough. Very dialogue-heavy, human-centric, political sort of RPG that I'm enjoying a lot. I also like action, horror, RPG, Souls-like, a little bit of everything like that. Bree, you started with Resident Evil 3, then Fortnite. Very nice. Getting our booties clapped. Resident Evil 3, I like. It is a little short, but I have a good time with Resident Evil 3. I'm assuming you mean the remake. And Fortnite, I've never played. Sorry the games weren't going your way, but I hope you still had fun. That's the most important thing. As I like to tell all raiders, first of all, thank you for choosing us for your raid. If you need to raid and run, if you've got other things to do, got to get off Twitch for a while, no worries whatsoever. I don't want to keep you here any longer than you need to be. Just know that you are appreciated and you are always welcome to hang out with us. Thanks for choosing the raid. Thanks for bringing everybody over. And thank you, raiders, for checking out a new channel. It means a lot. Pure art, high concept game. I'm really enjoying the game. I am. Gonna be lurking, though, still gaming, in between cooking dinner. Wow, you've got a lot on your plate, literally and figuratively. So have a good one. Enjoy the games, enjoy the dinner. Thanks for choosing us to raid. Let's see, what do we tell this guy? One, really? You think I'm cool?
Oh, yes! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like.
He surveys his consumerist kingdom with an air of satisfaction. Oh, it was one to laugh.
You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
He settles back into the pile of boxes he's sitting on.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Ooh, 58% chance to persuade him to give me some money. This could be my money to have a place to sleep tomorrow.
No need to dress this
Boom.
one up. Just tell him what you want.
Oh, that's not good. I want your money now.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
I don't know. It was just the only thing I could come up with in my head to ask you. I need to get money somehow.
Ah, yes. Money is very important.
The street vendor nods, dead serious.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job.
He looks at the vendor.
Sorry, detective.
No harm, no foul. Where are you from?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
You're from the Apricot Suzerainty, right?
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say that you are from, pronounce it very painstakingly, Seaguy.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
You're welcome. I do try to be supportive of other peoples and cultures.
That's so cool, officer. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur by buying some pens and glasses?
Ah, this guy's smooth. He's slick.
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom.
Is there a discount for cool officers like me?
No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
You better believe it. Bacon Bits, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, try these pants on in the middle of the street in the middle of the night. It's all very cool. Yeah, and it's very clearly snowing. No use prying. He knows what he did. We know what he did. We don't need to dwell on it. We don't need to drag it out.
Yes, it's a business secret. Let him keep it.
Where'd you get those comfy pants?
I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
Do you have a permit to sell all that?
Good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits, just economic freedom. Take a look around.
He takes a deep breath.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
Yes, very serious detective work to be done, yes. Kim, is it true he doesn't need a permit to sell?
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
Okay, I respect it.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
Okay, no permit then. Cool.
Hyper cool.
Hyper cool. I'm gonna start saying that. He nods solemnly, then breathes out a sigh of pride, surveying the city around him. That's all then. Let me ask you something else.
Anything for you.
I'll look around, thanks. I don't really... See, that's the thing. I don't really have money to spend on cool clothes. Hope the games are going well. Yes, Breed, thank you. And likewise, I hope you get some good games in. I mean, you're a cop without a badge or your gun, so you should definitely get where dude's coming from. Yeah. Hot air rises up from the sewer. Sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. Ooh, what does Kim want to talk about?
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
Yes, my hostel room calls.
We can pick up where we left off tomorrow morning.
Alright. I can't believe it. It's taken me 2 whole streams to finish 1 day in the game.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
This playthrough, he doesn't even know what he's forgotten about. I love that, though. Good, it was only 1 day. Your sock's not entirely a holy rag at this point. Hey, I found my shoe, you know, like 6 hours into the day. So it was only like 6 hours we walked around in a sock. All right, let's go. Out to the balcony.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
He lights a cigarette. Goes to bed and dies from trench foot. Let's see. I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How did you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
He flicks the ash.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Right then, the debrief.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hanged man. So we didn't even inspect the body.
That's true. I tried twice and failed.
And there's still much to do at the crime scene, too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough.
Okay.
He would have put all of this more harshly, but he doesn't want you to feel completely discouraged. Probably because he's afraid that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
Don't worry, Kim. I'll be in much better shape tomorrow.
I look forward to that. As for the interviews, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
Oh, okay. Sure, I can get him to tell us more.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
Don't know how I feel about my name, actually.
That's normal. It's best not to give it too much thought. We tried to interview the Wild Palms rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
He purses his lips.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, It really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
Okay, so the game is commenting on how much I've actually spent holding the run button down. I don't like to waste time, you know? My mind moves fast. The rest has to try to keep up.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
He nods thoughtfully, tapping his finger on his cigarette.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles, suddenly. It's a lot of S's. So what are our powers exactly, the RCM?
That's quite
Shamrock
limited,
Shuffle.
actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
1,000? Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Rebachol.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Wow, the music just kicked in loud while I'm trying to listen to Kim, who's somewhat soft-spoken. Wait, how can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught.
Spoon, welcome in, Raiders! How you doing? Welcome in, we got Kamika, Shay, Ash, Ageless Relic, Silent Spin, Spoon. How you doing, y'all? Good to have you. Thanks for being here. What were you playing? Autopsy Simulator. I've heard of that. That's the new, it's like mortuary assistant, right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. What's good? What's good is, first of all, me asking what's good with you. Spoon is a variety horror streamer, plays horror games, both AAA and indie. A little bit of a speedrunner, as I recall. Actually holds a couple of records on a couple of games speedrunning. And works with some of these indie horror games to cover a lot of the content. So if you like that type of game, if you like people trying to squeeze out a good run out of a game and get the most out of it, you might like Spoon. Good welcoming environment over there. Definitely recommend checking out if it's your thing. Comes out tomorrow. It was super realistic. Oh, I'm glad you had a good time with it. Raiders, if you don't know me, I am Ad Noctum. I'm a variety streamer. I like a variety of single-player story-based games. So I like some horror games myself. I like action, RPG, Souls-like shooters, a little bit of everything like that. Today we're playing Disco Elysium. It is a very intricate RPG, very world-based, very politics-based, very person-based. And we're having a good time with it. I'm really enjoying it. But that's a little bit about me and what you can expect to see from the channel. Spoon, if you or your raiders need to raid and run, if you've got other things to take care of, gotta rest, relax, decompress, whatever, get off Twitch. No, there's no worries, no obligations. We love having you here. You're very welcome. You're very appreciated, but not obligated to spend time with us, especially after your stream. Never played this, but heard loads of good things. I am really enjoying it. It's obviously got great care to the world building. It feels like a fleshed out world. It feels like it's got a lot of parallels to our world. It takes place where a lot of the things, a lot of the cultures and factions and things like that are fake. But you can also see where they have very clear parallels to real world situations and ideologies and things like that. And I find a lot of this game is actually taking the time to interface and discuss things with people whom you deeply disagree with. So you may be confronted with some ideologies that sound really wild, but I think you get the most out of the game when you actually take the time to dig into them and learn more. So that's something I find interesting about it. Spoon, like I said, if there's anything else you'd like to share about your channel, please feel free to do so. We like to give raiders a little bit of spotlight. We are in the middle now. We've just wrapped up the first day of this game. We are a detective. We woke up with amnesia in a very sorry state, hungover, missing our badge and our gun, and not remembering what we're doing here or why, and basically filling in the blanks as we go. So, not only trying to solve a week-old murder mystery, but also remember the world around us and even who we are. And we're currently debriefing with our partner. Let me see. Covered it pretty much perfectly. Thanks for the kind words. Of course, of course. We have ads coming up. I'm gonna snooze them. I think I get one chance to snooze them for 5 minutes. I'm still new to the running ads thing because I'm trying to disable pre-rolls. So cool. That's 5 more minutes without ads. That gives you a little more time to settle in here before immediately being blasted with ads when you come in on a raid, because let's be honest, that would suck. I would hate that. And we're choosing the best of bad worlds here, unfortunately. You can snooze them too, apparently. Okay, I wasn't sure how that worked, so I made a command in Firebot, but if you're getting an option to snooze them, then that's nice. All right, so we're just going over. We are part of the Revachol Citizens Militia. That's who we work under as a cop, basically. And our partner is now filling us in on a little more of that history that we've forgotten with the amnesia.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
I see. And if someone resists, you get a pop-up at the bottom of chat where you can snooze them. You get, I believe, 3 snoozes. Oh, interesting.
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim? Oh, that's a heavy question to ask.
Yes. The last time was 4 years ago.
He says it matter-of-factly and moves on.
Have I killed anyone?
That's an improbability. Perhaps even impossibility.
I don't know if I really want to know.
Precinct 41 is known for a higher-than-average rate of police violence.
He's not judging you. He's respectfully acknowledging the difficulty of working in your precinct.
What happens to the people we convict? Yeah, but my gun. Yeah, who knows what my gun is doing without me, but at least I maybe have not killed anybody.
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps on his coat pocket, where he keeps his notes. And who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say nothing on this. Back to my centrist self.
Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum.
The Moral Intern, what is it?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
So that's sort of who I've put myself with in this whole kingdom of consciousness thing, the moralism. What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous.
Didn't I want to name the boat Dolores? Oh, that is a great call. I wonder if that's a dialogue thing from me choosing to internalize that thought. Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the moral intern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
Ad break, yes, it's sort of inconsistent when the ad break starts. I don't like to do any gameplay while the ads are rolling. What I see in Firebot is starts in soon, and then eventually it'll tell me that the ads started. Not seeing ads. Give it any second, it will probably happen. Couch Potatoes, good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. You see a countdown? Okay. Maybe I need to find a way to have something else open on my screen, like I don't have enough already. Yeah, so let's talk about what else is going on. I just downloaded Cry of Fear. That is a horror game based on Half-Life, basically. And it's got great reviews. It's a free game. There we go. There's the ad break. Good. It's nice to catch your stream. Nice of you to be here. Appreciate you. Sorry if you're stuck in ads. That's why we're chatting right now. So yeah, we'll probably play Cry of Fear. We are fundraising for TwitchCon, and one of our previous incentives was a community game night. Now, I have made a channel in my Discord to vote on the community game that we're going to play. So let me know from that list. You can select some that I've chosen, and you can also add your own in the thread if you have a suggestion for a community game. And just let me know what you want, and also sort of what times work for you, so I can start to plan a community game. Other than that, we'll probably start, Disco Elysium. Okay, let me know what you think about Disco Elysium as a stream game. I'm really loving the game, but I'm on the fence about streaming more of it. It just seems it's very involved, kind of cerebral, and I'm not sure it's everybody's speed on stream. So let me know if you want to see more of it. That'll help me decide if we want to do a full playthrough of this, because I think we have quite a few streams left of this to go, and I want to make sure it's something that people are on board with and I'm not losing people. We'll probably do Devil May Cry and or Metal Gear Solid. I've wanted to do both of those. And that's about all I know that's coming up. So let me know if you have any thoughts on any of that. Anything else? I need to buy, like, I don't know, a book of Mad Libs or something that we can do during these ad breaks. I can use the ad money to buy it. Dad joke, I think circles are pointless. Thank you, Love Glutton. Thank you for blessing us with a dad joke. I appreciate that. That was a great good that you did to all of us, and you'll be remembered for it. One, you give that a 1? Okay. Yeah, I like this game. I see why this game... Isn't this one of the only games that got, like, a perfect review from one of the big reviewers? Or I think it got the same score as Baldur's Gate 3. I think it was the highest rated, and I don't remember who. It might have been Metacritic. It might have been the highest Metacritic score for years until Baldur's Gate 3 came out and tied it, I think was the story. And honestly, I see why. I mean, what they've done with it is really great. It's some of the best writing I've ever encountered in a game. So I'm really enjoying it from that aspect. I feel like I'm being rewarded for building my character in a way that I want to play. I feel like I'm able to do the things that feel like my character, and I'm missing out on the things that aren't. So your feet up. Well, you've done your part for the week. The ad break is finishing now. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. We'll get back into the game. So yeah, Kim was a moralist. So this looks less left, right, center politics and more like moral decisions. It's both. And it's got a little bit of horseshoe theory stuff going on too. So this game has the far left authoritarians and, you know, how they are kind of closer to the far right in some ways. It's definitely got left, right, center, but then it's also got a fair amount of moralism and humanism in it as well. And there's definitely parallels to real-life critical theory, which I'm probably not as versed in as I should be, but I recognize some of it, maybe just not the nuance. And it's definitely got a critique of a lot of different, like, it critiques the socialists, it critiques the communists, it critiques the fascists. Like earlier we had a conversation with an old guard veteran who was basically a straight-up nationalist, borderline fascist. And his companion was much more center and soft on his views.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
The game takes place set over a war that, as far as I can tell, was something of a communist revolution that had good ideals for the people, but ended in a lot of terrible bloodshed, and then it was taken over by a more, the war seems to have been disbanded by a more center moralist, almost unity government, and, then it's basically living under a sort of neoliberalism, and you have this background of the heavy social democrats versus the capitalist class. But everything seems to be held in sort of a centrist quagmire in this game, and there's critiques of the parties on all sides. This game was made in Latvia? I'm not sure. I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
Man, do I want to have an opinion? They've done an awful job here. Have you seen the place? This isn't humanism.
We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Yeah, vigilantes sounds bad.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
He looks at the roundabout. Say nothing, just look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuraga's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. Two glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
He pulls on the cigarette. Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts.
And at Jamrock and the GRIH.
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
He puts out the stub of his cigarette and looks to the door. And we got a level up. So yeah, I must have chosen Inland Empire as my, I forget what it's called. My primary skill. It's for the awesome stream and dope vibes. Gonna go craft some mines before bed. Hope everyone has a good rest of your night and day. Same to you, Danny. Thanks for hanging with us. How the game begins. 9-hour tutorial, what? I feel like I've been hitting checks pretty consistently when it comes to empathy, volition, inland empire, rhetoric, visual calculus. What I've not been getting... I could go logic. What I've not been hitting as much is the suggestion, and I feel like I should be doing better than that. Oh boy, we gotta clean this place up.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night.
just stood there, one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel.
You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I've seen you before.
No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type.
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry.
Limbic system sounds kind of like necktie.
Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Somehow that healed my morale. Limbic system knows what's up. 7:30, day 2.
Good going, buddy.
Is that how it's going to be now when I close my eyes?
Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What chick?
You don't know? You don't know? Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does.
What the hell is going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
No, that's not it. Really, I feel super good.
That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
Wait, what is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die.
That is a great explanation for why your character's gonna wake up at 7:30 every morning.
Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
You know what? We have rejected the drugs so far, and it has done good things for us. We will lose out on one of our internalized thoughts that increases my psyche with speed, but I think I'll be looking to replace that one anyways. No, I can take this. I am not going to go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. I can do this without the speed. Half the town won't be dead. Opt out.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Nice.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
The expression. Let the mirror be for now. I'm just going to carry this expression everywhere. It's going to be rough. It may be. All right. We are all set up for the next day. And unfortunately, I think that's where I've got to call it for the night. It's almost 2:30 here. I was honestly going to stop a little while ago, but getting raid after raid just gave me some energy to keep going through. It's been a great night. We've had lots of support. Thank you for hanging out with this game. I love the fact that I get to play a variety of different games on the channel, and this is one of them, one that I'm glad to experience. So thanks for hanging out and giving me that opportunity. Yeah. Kling, is that what you like to be called? Thank you for being here. Feel free to let me know what you want to be called. Space Monkey, Kian, Seamus, everybody, thanks for hanging out. Let's go ahead and quit out. That feels like we are well started to pick this game up the next time. Great disco stream, thank you. Probably try to be back tomorrow. But I will let you know more in the Discord, which if you'd like to join the Discord to keep up with that, that's where I post my schedules first, where we share memes, we talk about real things, we vote on games I play, all sorts of things. Would love to have you in the Discord if you'd like to be a part of it. All right. My frames. My poor computer. I don't know what's causing that. Let's see who's online, see who we can bring the raid to tonight. Great stream. I am also passing out. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out while I look for a raid target. Keep on keeping on. Good morning. Was watching with Mel while having breakfast. Wishing the best to both of you. I hope you enjoy your time together. It's always great to see you here. Disco Elysium looks cool. If you like RPGs, it's really a good game. Still lurking. Thank you for lurking. And you're enjoying our time together. Love to hear it. You know what? Let's raid a friend that we haven't raided in a minute. A little bit of a different game. I don't have anybody playing anything like Disco Elysium, but we'll raid a good friend. We're gonna raid Melzy. Melzy plays sort of a variety of games, a lot of Souls games, but a lot of RPGs and a lot of other story-based games like we play, and just a great, fun person who I really recommend. Melzy is playing Bloodborne today. First playthrough, playing the DLC. Raid message. We hope you knocked him dead. It's a knocked him raid. There we go. See, work in the fact that, you know, they're playing a difficult fighting game. There's going to be 2 raid messages there. There's one for those of you who are subscribed and want to use my emotes, and one for those of you not subscribed who want to use Twitch standard emotes. Thank you, Seamus. It means a lot. Thanks for being here and being a part of it. As I always like to say, if you are here, whether you're lurking or chatting or something in between, you make a difference, you make an impact, and you are appreciated. So until I see you again, remember, take care of yourselves, be kind to each other, know that you're all appreciated, know that we'll see you again soon. Thank you all.